Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining our Zoom ACSE meeting this morning. It was so unfortunate that we had to cancel our April meeting because of our COVID-19 situation that we are still currently experiencing. But we have had direction from our Governor, Gavin Newsom, on March 17th in an executive order N2920, which allows all state bodies that fall under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act to hold public meetings that are covered by Bagley-Keene with web conferencing and audio conferencing. So we were able to schedule this meeting today, and I thank you so much, everyone, for joining us and participating in the important work that we do each time that we get together. Let's go ahead and do a roll call announcement.
Okay, commissioners, and as I call your name, if you would unmute yourself and verify your presence. Commissioner Andrus.
Present.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Present.
Chair Harding.
Here.
Commissioner Hayes-White.
I'm here.
Commissioner Jocham.
Here.
Commissioner Lopez.
Present.
Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Oyakawa.
Here.
Commissioner Plate.
Here.
Commissioner Salmonson.
Here.
Commissioner Topalian.
Here.
Vice Chair Toston.
Here.
Commissioner Winlock.
Here.
And Student Commissioner Infante. And that is the roll, and we do have a quorum.
All right, so I don't know if any of you have an American flag anywhere near you, or if you can stand and point in the direction of wherever you think your nearest flag is, but we're going to go ahead and keep to our tradition and say our flag salute. So I'll go ahead and lead it. I didn't ask anyone else to do that for me, so I'm actually in my school office, so I have a flag right outside my window, but if you could join me, let's stand and say the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So this is a strange way to conduct such a formal meeting. I feel like I've been living in Zoom for quite a few weeks now, but this is my first formal meeting where we have an agenda and we have to make sure all our technical conditions are met. So just a few reminders to commissioners. If you can make sure that you're aware of how to use the participants panel, which you'll want to open up and have open on your right, and raise your hand if you have something to say, because it would be very challenging for people listening to understand our conversations if we all jump in at the same time. If you raise your hand, then David is going to do a great job at monitoring that panel for me, and then he'll be able to call on people that have comments or something to offer to the conversation. We're going to first welcome Eileen Strauss, who is the State Board of Education Vice President and is serving as our temporary liaison for the State Board of Education. So thank you so much for joining us today. I just have one announcement, and then I'll open it up if any of you have any announcements before we get started. I wanted to share that as we met to build this agenda for the meeting today, we were very, very keenly aware of the challenging times that we're in and how all of our distance learning programs have dramatically changed the way we're able to provide service to students with disabilities. And there was a lot of discussion about opening our agenda up to hear what all of those challenges are, or to be able to look for some areas of strong leadership in this area that we thought we might be able to highlight for the community. So I'm happy to say that we found some room for both. We're going to have some time at the end for public comment so that we can hear from all of our stakeholders and make sure that we are aware of circumstances that they're experiencing, but also we have agenda items where we're going to be able to talk about plans moving forward and how we can all keep trying to just refine the services that we're able to offer all of the students in the state. Is there anyone else that have any communications or announcements before we review the agenda? And here's your chance to show how to raise your hand on the participants panel.
So, Summer, I'm not seeing any hands.
Okay, that sounds good. So David, will you review the agenda for us?
Sure. Welcome, everyone. Starting on page 2 of the agenda, or actually page 3, we have completed working through item 1, instructions for participation in the meeting. Item 2, we will be having our annual nominations for the officer positions, the chair and vice chair for the 2020-2021 school year. Moving into item 3, we'll be reviewing the annual report from the advisory commission and looking at all of the accomplishments and areas of focus from the previous year. Item 4, we will have an update from the Department of Finance on the governor's budget for the 2021 school year. We'll take a short break at 10:30. At 10:45, we will come back for item 5, an update from the California Department of Education regarding the statewide assessment. Item 6, we will have an update from the special ed division. Moving on to item 7, we're very excited to have, as we are with all of our presenters this morning, our partners and friends from the Marin County office who will share their experiences about re-entry with a focus on their students with disabilities. Moving into item 8, we will hear from the California Family Empowerment Centers regarding information, how we can support the change to distance learning and be sensitive to the needs of families. Item 9, we will have the report from our State Special Education Director, and we'll close out the day with any updates from commissioners. Item 11, we want to acknowledge and recognize the transition of the previous Special Ed Director, Kristen Wright. Item 12 will be building our agenda for our next meeting and ending the day with public comments. Are there any questions regarding any items on the agenda? I'm seeing no questions in the participant box, Summer.
Okay, thank you, David. We need to go over a little bit for the public on information about how to make public comments in this new Zoom format. So I'm going to pass it back to Aaron. I believe he has some PowerPoint slides that he can show us so we can get that information out.
Yeah, and we're going to bring that slide up on the screen here in just a second. There we go. Public can make comment after each item when the chair calls for public comment by dialing into the number on the screen, and I will go ahead and read that number. It is area code 712-432-0075, and after dialing in, you'll be asked for a participant access code, which is 651905#, and then press *6 and then 1 to be placed in the queue to make public comment. We do ask that the public make sure that they turn their speakers off on their computers so it's muted to avoid feedback or additional sounds during the call. And we do also ask that anyone calling in to make public comment state their name and any affiliation prior to making comment. And that's it. All right, Summer, hand it back to you.
Thank you. You know, one challenge whenever you're planning these meetings I've learned is the timing, because we can never really predict which item is going to spark a lot of conversation and which item may take a little bit longer or shorter. That's been a challenge I've learned since I've become chair. And in this Zoom format, it was even more of a challenge as we tried to predict the timing things would take. So we are already quite ahead of schedule. So I'm not one to like to think about wasting anyone's time, but we have to keep to the agenda so that our public can participate as our agenda shows. So we may be taking a few little breaks. I would anticipate that may not have been on here so that we can make sure we keep to our timetable. But I think, Aaron, you tell me if I'm correct, it would be all right if we went ahead with the election process early. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move to item 1, and it is the election of our chair and our vice chair. So at the end of today's meeting, we will have a new chairperson. I just want to say for me, while I feel like one meeting was canceled and it's abbreviated with Zoom and all that, I really have enjoyed being the chair for the short time that I was. Feels like a tremendous honor for me, having come from the world of general education, to be able to get so deep in the conversation of special education. And it has been really delightful to be working with David alongside. I've enjoyed getting to know him more, and our conversations have been very important to me in being able to build our agenda and create the work that we've done over the last several meetings. So today is our election, and we have Steve and Janine, who have been the chair of that committee. So I'm going to pass it over to them.
Good morning. Thank you again. I want to thank first Summer and David for their leadership. Like you said, Summer, it's been delightful. Unfortunately, it hasn't been a typical year, so I want to thank you for that. Just being able to hang in there and take feedback and listen to what we have to say, and just collaborating. I think that was the most important part from what I've learned, is the collaboration and how you were open to that. So I'm just going to explain this morning just some of the process of how we're going to do this election. We're going to go ahead and do a public roll call with each voting commissioner being called on in order for their vote for chair. So after that, we'll move into the vice chair after we do the chair, and Aaron will go ahead and do the roll call. Any questions?
All right, I'll go down the list, and as I call your name, if you would please state the name of your vote for chair, or if you have no vote or abstain. Commissioner Andrus.
David.
Commissioner Hamilton.
David.
Commissioner Harding. Chair Harding, I'm sorry, you're on.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. David, of course.
Commissioner Hayes-White.
David.
Commissioner Jocham.
David Tostin.
Commissioner Lopez.
David.
Commissioner Mills. And you might mute Commissioner Mills. Okay. Commissioner Oyakawa.
David.
Commissioner Plate.
David Tostin.
Commissioner Salmonson.
David Tostin.
Commissioner Topalian.
David.
Commissioner Tostin.
David.
And Commissioner Winlock.
David Tostin.
And that is the roll call. Go ahead and pass it back
Well,
to you.
congratulations to David, because David wins. Congratulations.
Thank you all very much.
Congratulations, David. We're so pleased and proud that you are representing us again as the chair. Thank you.
Now for vice chair. So it's Havanya or no vote or abstain.
And I will go ahead and go through the roll call again. Commissioner Andrus,
Avanya.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Avanya.
Chair Harding,
Lavanya Hayes White.
Commissioner Hayes White, you might be muted.
Lavanya Hayes White.
Commissioner Jocham,
I cast my vote in support of Havania Hayes White.
Commissioner Lopez,
Havania Hayes White.
Commissioner Mills, Commissioner Oyakawa,
Havania Hayes White.
Commissioner Plate,
Avanya Hayes White.
Commissioner Salmonson,
Havania Hayes White.
Commissioner Topalian,
Havania Hayes White.
Vice Chair David Tostin,
Vanya Hayes White.
and Commissioner Winlock.
Lavanya Hayes White.
All right, that is
Congratulations, Savanya.
Again, great leadership's going to be our way because of you also, Havanya, and special education. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think this is so exciting that you're both going to be leading the commission. I know that you'll do an exceptional job and that your background and experience is really, really going to serve the students in the state of California. So thank you so much for stepping up and offering your leadership to this group. And I look forward to watching all the wonderful work that you'll do with the commission. So congratulations to you both. Yay.
Summer, if I could make a brief comment. I just wanted to say one thank you to everyone. I am so humbled and honored to have gotten to know each of you and learned from you and have to receive your support this morning. I want to acknowledge obviously my teammates at the El Dorado County Office of Ed and also the previous chairs, going back to Kristen, Gina, Summer. You've been tremendous examples of how to lead with your heart and focus on students and ensuring that we are moving the conversation forward. When I think back in terms of my initial introduction to the commission and the conversations we were having to the issues we are grappling with today, it's demonstrated progress and reflects the leadership of past chairs. And I'm really humbled and I'll be honest, scared to be in the role at this unique moment in time. I didn't anticipate that the world would look like this when express interest in engaging in the process and taking lead from Superintendent Thurman and his comments and commitment to being a leader who embraces his identity as a Black man and a person of color. I just wanted to take a moment and acknowledge something that's very special to me in light of what we're seeing in the evening on our news and as we're grappling with our history around systemic racism. As a Black man, I wanted to call it, I'm the two documents over my shoulder. I'm also the descendant of slaves. And so as we honor, Juneteenth this month, it's very special for me to recognize the sacrifices and value that my ancestors placed on their lives and recognizing that their lives mattered so that I could have an opportunity today to address you and lead in a way that has not been previously done in our state. And so I look forward to learning and working with all of you because while we're focused on the needs of individuals who are African American right now, we recognize that there's no shortage of negative circumstances and situations impacting the education of all students. And so I wanted to begin by sharing with you a bit more about who I am and let you know what you can expect and hopefully hold me accountable for in my role as we continue to focus on the needs of our students in the state. Thank you all.
Well, now you just made me cry. So I just want to say that you both sat next to me, when you first started. That's all I'm going to say there is, you both sat right next to me and now look at you. I'm so proud of both of you and your your dignity and your leadership and your grace is just shone through so quickly, and you've risen to this place of leading this commission, which oversees such important work across the state. And I'm really proud to know both of you and proud to see you step into this position. So, Havania, did you want to say anything? I don't want to move on before we give a chance for you.
I just want to say I am humbled and I'm excited to work with each and every one of you and with families and students and teachers and administrators across California. And I'm excited for the year ahead.
Well, I'm excited too. This has been a great election, and I'm really happy to be turning the reins over to both of you and seeing where we go. I hope we get a chance to meet in person. That would be really nice. Let's see if we are allowed, because we are a bit early. So I'm going to check in with Aaron and see if we're allowed to move on to item number 2.
Yes, all the time frames are just a placeholder. They can occur at any time, so certainly can move on. Okay,
sounds good. So it is my honor to introduce our item number 2. This is going to be information about our annual reporting requirements and the processes that we have to develop our annual report. The item is going to be presented by Mary Grady, who's our editor, and we are so grateful for her, her voice and her wisdom in capturing the work that we do in our annual report is unsurpassed. She's part of the Supportive Inclusive Practices Project with the Riverside County Office of Education. So, Mary, I believe that Aaron has the PowerPoints for you, and I will pass the floor over to you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Honorable Commissioners, Madam Acting Director, and guests. You stole some of my thunder because I was going to introduce the project that I work for at Riverside. Most of you know me as the editor of the Edge newsletter, and now you also know me as the editor of your annual report. Back in February, after your last meeting, Kristen Wright suggested that I speak with you about this report. As you know, months pass between meetings, new commissioners join your rosters, others move on to work for students with disabilities in other ways, and many details of your charge as commissioners can become difficult to track. But with the April meeting canceled and the commission for the time being honoring social distancing protocols, it now may be more valuable than ever to review with you some of the history of the report and the processes for developing, editing, and publishing it. Aaron Christensen was so good to put this slide up, which is the language from the United States Code of Federal Regulations that outlines your reporting requirements. As they indicate, and as I'm sure you know, you are an independent advisory body, and you are required by these regulations to report on your work at least annually, and that's where I have the honor of coming in. In the past, the report was printed solely as a standalone document. During a previous budget downturn, the State Director of Special Education, Alice Parker at the time, suggested printing it along with the Edge as a cost-saving measure, and then also bundling it as an insert to the newsletter to give the report broader distribution. That's what we've been doing for about 15 years now. And we're now in a new stage, in a new budget crisis. The decision, I don't know if you know this, but the decision has been made to no longer print the Edge after the summer issue, which will go to press this Friday, to make it available in digital form only, and to post it on the Supporting Inclusive Practices website, and then also to mail it to a growing list of, or email it to a growing list of these subscribers. Thanks to Noelia Hernandez at the division, your report will continue to be printed and available for you to share with the governor, legislators, other important stakeholders, when, for example, you go to the state capitol in the spring. As far as the development process goes, you all work together to create your agendas for every meeting. I attend those meetings and take notes, paying as much attention to your comments and conversations about the presentations that are provided, as well as to the content of those presentations themselves. At the end of the meeting year, which this year is today, I develop an outline and draft of the report based on all of your meetings and discussions. That first draft I will send to all of you in July. To that draft, I welcome any and all suggestions, additions, changes. I incorporate all of those into the report itself for a next draft that I submit to you then in early August, depending upon people's schedules. I realize that summer vacation makes it difficult for everybody to be prompt, so I like to give at least a 3-week leeway. And then I present to you a final draft along with a proposed layout before your August meeting. On approval, then we print that and have it available to you at your October meeting. So this is the process that we've developed in the last 15 years. As with most processes, nothing is written in stone. So if you have any recommendations on improving it, or anything about how we develop the report that you'd like to change, I would be more than happy to entertain that. And so at this point, please let me know if you have any questions or suggestions.
Commissioners, are there any comments or questions?
Summer, we have 2 questions. Steve, we'll start with you.
Mary, how is the report distributed, and who is it distributed to? Is it our school districts receive those? Can you just update me on that, please?
Sure. Through June of this year, let me back up here. In the past, it has been distributed with the EDGE to every subscriber. And along with those subscribers, we send bundles to departments of education and school districts. It's also available, or has been available, on the website that hosts the project, now that's supporting Inclusive Practices Project. It's also been distributed to each of the commissioners as a PDF document. And then it is printed as well, with copies sent to the division that are available at your meetings, and then, as I mentioned, available for you to pick up and distribute to legislators in the spring and so forth. So we're in new territory now. And so one of the challenges that we faced is the issue of 508 compliance. We didn't want the document to become solely digital, because 508 compliance, creating a PDF that is 508 compliant is a fairly labor-intensive and complicated task. And so in order to secure immediate distribution for the publication, as I mentioned, Noelle is making sure that we can print it, and it will be available to you to pick up and have copies of at your October meeting.
Is there the possibility that we could send out an announcement to our school districts, to our districts, to our areas, that this is coming and these are the things that it kind of will highlight and focus on? Do we do any of that in some ways?
That falls, I think, under the rubric of marketing, and no, we don't, and it's a great idea. I mean, there's nothing that, because this is all information that's in the public domain and it really is publicly owned, there's nothing to prohibit anyone from disseminating the report in PDF form, or if they want to print off copies or pick up copies and send them off to people, to their heart's content. Raw dissemination is great. If you would like to propose a kind of report preview, and then a vehicle for disseminating that, or maybe each commissioner would be interested in sending out the preview and then the PDF itself to their own, cohort or constituency, that would be fabulous. And I can make it part of my charge to provide reminders and some content for that.
I would think that would be very great for us to be able to make sure that the EDGE is reviewed, and also by our districts and so on.
You're talking about the EDGE or your report?
The report.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I mean, has been one of the disadvantages of bundling the two in our primary mode of distribution, and that is that people have combined the EDGE with your report in their minds. And as I mentioned, you are an independent advisory body, and while the EDGE supports a lot of, or almost exclusively, the material that that you cover and advocate for, or advise on, I should say, they are two very separate documents, and they come from two very different charges. So I think that's important to keep in mind.
So the next comment is from Gina or question.
Hi, thanks. First, Dawn, it's great to see your daughter. Thanks for having her on. Mary, just want to say thank you for the report. I know that I'll speak for myself, can be complicated to get content from. And so the fact that you sit and take copious notes and digest the information that you hear meeting after meeting and then reflect it in our voice and the voice of us as a body rather than yours or an outside voice. I know that that is not an easy task, but just want to say thank you for that. And also appreciate that you continue to point out that we are a separate body from the department and the EDGE, and any way that we can keep that autonomy by sending this out separately, we appreciate. So just thank you for the pieces that you hold.
Well, you're consummately kind, Gina. Thank you for your generous words. And I think if there's any silver lining to the EDGE being, and your report being separated now, which they will be, and there is that any mistaken connection between the two, I think will eventually dissolve. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, going forward, this is your voice, this is your statement to the world. And so I encourage as much criticism of what I do as from you as you have the time and the energy to provide me.
Would this be probably something for the future discussion, something that we consider creating a committee of commissioners to participate in the development throughout the year, or just to touch base with you, Mary?
Your perspicacity is impressive, David. This is how it used to happen. And then as everyone knows, writing is hard work and people are very, very busy, but I would more than welcome a return to a sort of a group writing effort, and then my stepping back and serving as an editorial, in more of an editorial capacity. So if you would like, I am at your service, and I'm happy to provide whatever level of service you need in developing your report.
So we'll put together a transition plan to this new reality that should take at least 2 to 3 decades to shift from your writing to our writing.
I think you're way too kind.
So we'll, during the summer and certainly at the next commission, this is something that we should all probably, maybe through operations and planning, have some concerted discussions around. I just lost power in the room I'm in, so.
Well, one of the things that keeps me constantly humbled in this work is the fact that, I mean, the absolute fact that I am not a content expert, and the expertise that all of you and the experience that you bring to this work is something that I continually try to reflect. I do believe that the initial voice coming from you with the content would create an even richer report. So I'd be happy to work with that in any way that you'd like.
Don't know what happened to David. I'm a little worried if the power came back on, but I'll just add, Mary, you know, anyone that uses the word perspicacity is someone that I just take into my heart and soul as a brilliant editor. And one thing I want to share is for as many years as I've been on the commission, I feel a lot of guilt that I haven't been more contributory to the work that we've been doing and providing you content. And your integrity in being able to listen and synthesize conversations when, as you say, you aren't a content expert in this area. It just shows the dedication that you have to the job that you've been doing. And I just don't know that I've said thank you enough for that. And I'm sure I speak for all the commissioners when I say that, is that you are just this force of vocabulary and perfect grammar and writing skills that sits among us and takes care of the needs that we have in order to get something written down. And I know that we all really appreciate the work that you do and have done. And really thank you for all of your efforts there.
Thank you for your kind words. It's work worth doing, and that makes me happy to get up in the morning.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Let me see if there's any public comments at all, and I'm not sure if I just pass that to you, Erin.
Yes, at this time we have no public comment.
All right, well, I don't see any other comments from the commissioners, but Mary, thank you so much. And I hope you stay with us for a long time, and your comments and insights and grace with which you deliver the request for us to engage in the process more is always just so impressive. And those of us that have participated in the writing process, I congratulate you too. But I know that, Mary, you take on a heavy burden to publish this document for us, and we really appreciate it. So thank you so much.
Forgive me, but just as one quick follow-up, may I ask a question?
Sure.
So just so I'm clear, I'm going forward. Will it be at the August meeting that there will be continued discussion then about a writing work group or writing committee for the report? Or how should we keep that idea going? David, do you want me to pester you about that, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, certainly would appreciate the pestering, but I think right now planning for a conversation at the August meeting would be really timely once we have a better sense of what's next year is going to look like, as well as I think there's still some commissioner transitions that may happen over the summer. So I believe August would be a good time for us to pick this conversation back up.
Okay, great. And then Steve, it sounds like you would like for me some sort of preview talking points about the report in advance of the actual publication itself. And so if you'd like, I will take that on and send to all of the commissioners sort of report highlights that you can then send out to your constituents, and we can see how that that marketing aspect for the report develops. Does that sound like?
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Thank you all so much for your work.
Thank you.
Mary or anyone else, if there are any historical documents or descriptions of the process that the commission used to use to write the report kind of by committee, that would be helpful to kind of review and understand that structure as well.
Nothing written down that I know of, but I do have something of a memory left. So I'll email you what I recall as the previous protocols for developing the report, and we can go from there.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mary.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mary. All right, it's time for moving along to item number 3, and it's our Department of Finance update. We have an update on the governor's 2021 revised state budget, including an overview of the changes in education and special education funding. And to give us more information about this item, we have Liz Mai, who's from the Department of Finance, and I will turn the floor over to her.
And Summer, this is Aaron. I don't see Liz on yet. We are running a little bit ahead of time, so we might want to give her a little time to log on. Also, I jumped ahead a little fast for public comment, so just to correct myself, next time when it comes time for public comment, we'll go ahead and display the public comment information and then wait a few minutes to give public time to call in. So that was my fault. I apologize for that.
That's okay, but it seems like we have time. So should we back up just a step or two and show that slide and then just pause for a moment?
Absolutely.
Or should we take a little break and get back. Let's see. Let's see the timing of when this was supposed to start. 10:05. So that would be 25 minutes. She wasn't expected until.
Yeah, if we want to go ahead and put the slide up again and allow about 3 minutes for the public to dial in, that would be great.
Okay. Okay, let's do that. While we're waiting, all of you might have known what the word perspicacity was. I did not. So I looked it up. The quality of having a ready insight into things or shrewdness. So nice use of a good word, Mary.
Our word of the day.
That can be our word of the day. And if we all behave accordingly, we will all have a better day for it.
And Summer, we've provided a few minutes for a public dial-in, and we do not have any public comment at this time.
And I don't see Liz. Liz wasn't expected for another 20 minutes. So maybe what we could do is we were scheduled to have a break right after the Department of Finance. So maybe we could take a 20-minute break now. I don't know about item number 4 with the assessment, if maybe they might jump on a little early. I'm not sure how much we want to shuffle things.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and contact item number 4 and let them know to jump on early, so they'll be prepared to be a little early if we move through item 3 quickly.
Okay. Why don't we look and see if we can do commissioner updates? I'd love to know what you all have been up to. Since we last saw each other, it must have been February now. So if there's anything that you've been doing in your work, I mean, not anything. I'm sure we've all been doing a million things we've never done before in our work. So maybe we could all take a few minutes to share out a little bit. It might be really interesting for us all to hear. Raise your hand if you have something that you think might be good for the group.
While the hands are being raised, I would just share a trip that I had shortly after February, after our last meeting. I was able to visit the Charter School of San Diego, and I have to share with you just how impressed I was with the entire organization and the work that they're doing with students. It's a hybrid charter school focusing on at-risk students. And so what was really exciting was their connection with community partners, whether it's the food bank or other folks to provide resources for students to make sure that they can focus on their education. And, you know, as we transition to our distance learning post-COVID world, the charter schools think about how they have, as an organization, lots of those details in place and recognition of, you know, what students need. And so I just wanted to highlight that trip in terms of being an extraordinary educational organization and the work that they're doing with students. And I see, Steve, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of share earlier, I shared that the Sacramento County Office of Education received the leadership grant with CSLA to assist with the training of school administrators, teacher leaders, and also district office leaders. And the training is going to be in the area of leadership development. And one of the areas of focus will be special education, about their role, their leadership role in that. This $2 million grant will be something that we will receive every year. It's a 3-year award that we receive with the possibility of actually moving this into another 3 years after the grant has been implemented. But we're very excited about being able to take on this leadership role, and we'll keep you informed. Thank you.
And Steve, quick question. What does CSLA stand for?
All right, California School Leadership Academy.
Thank you. And Summer, does the role that Barbara previously played around the acronym monitor fall to me, or is that assigned to someone else to make sure?
Well, I think it's Havania now.
Havania, nice.
Well, after today, it's you for today, and then it's Havania. Maybe she'll bring a jar, and we all have to put $1 in.
The acronym jar. So Gina
right.
also has a comment.
Thanks, David. Just a few updates. You know, like Summer said, we're all doing things that we haven't done in the past. And so over here at the Charter School Association, we've been focused on distance learning. And I have to say how much I've appreciated both what I see schools around the state doing as they're all trying to figure out what and how they reach every child. I've appreciated the department's webinars that they've been putting out every week, and the amount of information. And while folks, you know, across the state have asked for specific guidance, the ability to provide best practices and just some models of what's happening has been great. I think specifically what I've really appreciated is seeing those schools that are thinking about remediation differently, and rather than just jumping to a comp ed conversation, I've seen so many creative ways that folks are sitting down with parents to say, we know that something significant changed. We know you didn't get the services that were outlined on your IEP, but how are we going to work together to figure out what loss happened and how to remediate it? And to see that reflected in the governor's statements as well, around, you know, thinking about alternative dispute resolution, thinking about mediation differently, and just really going hand in hand with parents. I think it's been a great process. I've really appreciated seeing that. So just wanted to point that out.
Janine has a comment she'd like to share.
Both with the California Association of School Psychologists plus Los Angeles Unified School District, we've been scrambling just to figure out where to go when the pandemic hit, because we had no guidelines. So we've been working really hard together, as well as with the state, with Superintendent Tony Thurman, and just being able to make sure that the mental health needs of the students are taken care of, because this is a situation when there's a lot of crisis and there's a lot of trauma that students are facing. So we want to make sure that we are out there providing some guidelines of how to help students, because when we return, even just not students, but also the teachers, the staff, the parents, of just working through based on the multi-tiered system of supports of what level of service and how we could work all together to be able to provide those needs, because the first thing is going to be the mental health of the students. And again, the school community before we even tackle anything else of getting back, because there's going to be so many concerns that we have to do. So we're working with a lot of different groups, and we're trying to put things together, and it's been a great opportunity to collaborate, of course, and also just to, like Gina said, like, appreciate the work, because it's a lot of work behind the scenes of how everybody's working and trying to make sure everybody's needs are met. So interesting.
Sarah has a comment she'd like to share.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I share a little bit of a unique perspective in that I have been living this dream both as a parent and a district assistant superintendent. So when we moved to, work from home, it's been very interesting for me to try and do that while having a daughter with pretty significant disabilities who needs, someone right beside her to do any of the online instruction and all of that. So when, my parents are talking to me and saying, this isn't really working for us, I definitely know exactly what they're saying, and I have those same concerns. So we have really looked as a district of how can we provide additional support to our students with disabilities. And our board is actually having a study session a little bit later today. I'm going to kind of log in and out. But one of the things that we are seriously considering is finding a way to bring back all of our students in special day classes 100% of the time in the fall, knowing that is, we may not be able to socially distance in all of our other programs, but typically our special day classes have a little bit smaller numbers, and just really, the impact of on those kids and families. And, my daughter goes to school in a different district. So even if my district does that, it doesn't impact me. But, to try and find childcare for 2 days a week when she can't go to school for a teenager with, significant disabilities is virtually impossible. So, that's the reality that a lot of our parents live in. And I think we need to, for those of us who work in school districts, while we're looking to make some decisions, we need to kind of think about all of those other perspectives. It isn't just about the, wearing a mask and doing this. It's really, trying to provide those students with the level of education and social interaction that they need in order to make progress. So it's been an interesting 3 months, both personally and professionally.
Christine, the next comment is for you.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment as a parent. I really think the pandemic, as we all know, has really highlighted some of the inequities in our educational system, and as well as some of the real challenges that families, especially those with kids with special needs, have. All kids throughout the country and the world have really been hit by the loss of academic work that they would normally get in the classroom, the social and emotional support they get from being with their peers and in the groups and playing on campus. But when you add to that the challenges that a kid with special needs has, really it's pretty stark in some of the things that they've had to deal with. So the other thing that I think we all really, I think all the memes that went around social media about the value of teachers and how important schools are to the fabric of society. The whole idea of, like Sarah was saying, working from home is impossible when you've also got to homeschool your kids or, provide childcare for your kids is really affected everyone. And I think everyone has a greater appreciation for teachers now and their roles in our everyday lives. And I hope as we look at things on our agenda and just in general as we go forward, looking at the budgets, looking at where our priorities are, I think we all have a much better understanding or insight, at least, up to what their roles are in our lives and in our societies in general. So, one, I want to just say thank you to the teachers and the administrators who are trying to figure out all of this, and then to the parents who have had to take on the roles at home, and we're all struggling. And I hope that this is a really important thing that I think, David, you were saying this is a crazy time to take on your position, but really, you've got this extra lens now that we didn't have a few months ago. So I think it's a great opportunity for us to really, bring these issues to the front of public discourse. And I think that's a thing we can take going forward. So I'm looking forward to working with everyone in the coming time. Thank you.
And thank you for your comments. Kimberly, I have you up next.
Hi, everybody. It's been a while since we've all been able to be together, so I'm appreciating this time. I think I've just been so impressed, and just thank you to all of the educators and systems that are scrambling to try and figure this out, and thank you to the parents who are coming alongside of us. And I just I want to remind us that this is, through this trauma and these events of late, there's opportunity for us to build, I think, differently and to address needs differently. And we sometimes as educators can get very focused on creating the procedures and the plans. And I think when I think about, MTSS, and I think about that core component of family and community, I want to remind us that it's a good time for us not to create all of those processes and systems and redefine them in isolation and then invite our parents to participate in that finished product, but to really invite our parents who are part of this education now in a very different way to come alongside us in redefining and reimagining that and really lend a voice and a hands-on effort to help us create something that will meet our student needs in very different ways. And so I think while we're scrambling to get these processes and procedures up and running, because I'm very well aware and very sensitive and keen to the fact that, August is coming, for us to take a moment and to take a breath and make sure that we have our family and our community at the table helping us to do that. I think that once that is done, right, it kind of gets set in stone a little bit and you move forward in that process for a very long time. And this is an opportunity right now to reimagine and redefine. And I hope we're kind of throwing our net a little wider and bringing our family and community into that process. So that's it. Thank you.
Michelle, I have you up next.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to some of what Kim is saying, because my main role is to mostly work with parents and teachers to ensure that IEPs offer FAPE and that we provide what we're offering in the IEP. So I've had a really long days. First of all, I don't think I've ever worked as long as I have in the last 3 months, because there was kind of no beginning and end to the day. And I think a lot of educators felt that way. Like at 6 o'clock, I had 100 emails, and at 6 p.m., I had 100 more. So there was a lot happening there. But beyond that, and that's what was needed. But beyond that, I heard from parents I had never really heard before, because in the traditional structures of school, their child was doing really well. And then suddenly, without those structures being there, they weren't doing so well anymore. So some students, you can almost anticipate that they will have those kinds of challenges and needs if we go into remote instruction. But there's a whole family of students that I didn't anticipate. And so we are having to kind of create brand new structures for students that we have never had to consider in that kind of unique, individualized way, where now I'm addressing how shall I give this student one-to-one assistance, where in the traditional structures of school, I might not be offering that type of assistance because they wouldn't need it in order to access the curriculum. So it's kind of starting from scratch with almost every student in thinking about what their unique needs are. And those challenges are real, and they take time, and they take a lot of flexibility on everybody's part. So that is the biggest thing that we're dealing with right now, is trying to go back and look at each child that has an IEP and determine how can we best meet their individual needs under these circumstances? And it's kind of surprising how much you have to rethink that for each child in ways that you weren't necessarily anticipating March 15th when this all started. So that is the challenge we have going forward where I'm at.
Thank you, Michelle. Christine, I just want to confirm, did you have a second comment?
Yeah. I wanted to make sure I added on to what Kimberly and Michelle said. I think you really hit it, Kimberly. It's really the parents now that they've been the ones who've been teaching, giving all the extra services at home. Really, we now have this opportunity to take the information that they've brought, they can bring to the table and report back on what has and has not been working at home, both from just the day-to-day work that they do, but also the extra challenges of doing remote learning, or what the extra challenges will be when you go back to school and how that will look like. So yes, definitely. The parents now have, I hope, a bigger voice. They should have always had it, but now they also have the data that they can share back. And so I think that's a great opportunity to take a look at that as well for all of us. Thank you.
Well, I just wanted to add that one thing I've been thinking about and listening to all of your great comments is that just like in Florida and Texas, they have plans for hurricanes. It seems like we need to develop sort of emergency plans for what happens to our society when the schools have to close, because that's not something I think anybody was ready for or anybody had really thought about. And it seems like, it feels to me like I've been in crisis management mode since about January, and it's just not stopping. They're the longest days of work I've ever had in my life trying to meet everyone's needs. And it's clear that school is much more than school. It's much more than education. It really is the complete social safety network of America's families. So all of our agencies need to start working in collaboration with each other so that our students with disabilities are not just at home only with their parents. We have to start redefining who can visit a home. Is it what are the safety conditions for our people to be able to visit homes and continue working with children? In this case, it's a virus, but it could be any number of things. And I think just with any challenge, it presents an opportunity to rethink things that have always been done in a certain way. I think we have to crack all of it wide open and say, how are all of our agencies able to work interdependently for families so that people can go back to work and children can have their needs met, because school is much more than education, clearly. I see some more hands raised, so I'll just introduce April and then we'll move on to Dawn.
Thank you. So, I considering I'm considered an essential worker, and I stayed working and felt more exhausted when I got home, and then took on the hat of, I have so much more appreciation for teachers, and I always have, and have a lot more. And I think more parents do as well. And because I try to take on that semi-teaching role with 3 kids in 3 different schools at 3 different levels. And as my son would say, there's a reason why I didn't go into teaching, because the quote around here is "Mommy went cuckoo bonkers." And what's trying is that when we look at some of our kids with disabilities, some of them don't understand why they're not going to school and can't express that. And I know just made me realize a lot. Isabella, my daughter, kept saying, "Mommy, I'm not sick. I'm not sick." And I heard that for 2 or 3 weeks. "I'm not sick." And so trying to explain to kids that they want to go back to their peers and have their routine, and her having Down syndrome and being autistic, there was that routine, and it just all got thrown off. So
the Zooms and all the things that have to happen even when I'm not here, and having my other kids help. It's very traumatic for them as well, our other typical kids. I think we don't realize that out there, these other kids are also feeling the stress to helping their family members, and parents that aren't able to go on and do Zooms, and seeing the teachers struggle online. So I think it was just a lot of craziness, and I think realizing that we do have to have a plan moving forward. One of the big things that I got to learn about was school lunches that my kids don't participate in, and they don't buy lunch. They're, some are just finicky eaters or spoiled. But I asked them to reach out to their friends, because when I realized they were continuing to give school lunches out in the district, but it was only certain schools, I realized that some of their friends would walk to school and didn't have access to drive to those schools to get lunches. And don't have someone to take them because maybe they only have one car. And I don't know I think every district was different. As I'm in my office talking to different parents in different districts and talking about their kids, I also realized, which I'm sure many of you do already know this because you're teachers, administrators, that every school district isn't created equal. And our district, we immediately got a lot of curriculum online, which was downloaded to different kids to start working on. But there were some districts that got nothing. So it was just really an eye-opener for me. So in my family, we tend to look at things as the glass is half full, and we look at what things we can learn and change, and for the next time something happens, how we can put things in place to hit the ground running. So I think we're all in a great place, and for us to experience these things is wonderful, because then we know how to move forward to help even better. So, and my husband retired. Oh my gosh. So I'm not sure how that looks yet, but it's been crazy busy.
Dawn, I see your hands raised.
Hi, I just wanted to piggyback off of a lot of the things that you've been saying, particularly you, Summer. Just looking at, as you know, this quarantine's been hard, and especially hard with, complex kids with special needs. And it's no surprise that Chime, where my daughter goes to school, has done a really exceptional job, and I'm thankful for that. But I'm actually on a fall planning committee at looking what things are going to look like as we reopen in the fall. And it's really made me think a lot about, kids like my daughter, Emerson, who have really complex medical issues. They're not going to be going back anytime soon. As we're looking at reopening, we're home for the long haul. So Chime's been really good about planning around that. And I just am hopeful that all schools really look at that, and not just how we help the kids that will continue with distance learning learn, but also stay connected with their peers and socially, and the mental health aspect, and how do we motivate kids that are at home and are used to having the peer mentors and motivation from that, all things that I think are so critical. And so I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you, Dawn. I hear the strain in your voice and the emotion in your voice, and I feel how much of a challenge it must be for parents at home of all children at home, and especially those with complicated needs. And, this is a real emergency situation for everyone. And I think the more, I know Kristen Wright and I were talking a month or so ago, and the more collaboration that we can get between agencies to help families like yours, so that you can get the right medical care and you can get the services that you need for your child. Maybe we can learn and grow from this experience, so that everybody's just not left to fend for themselves if something like this were to happen again, because it has been a real crisis. and the exhaustion that parents are feeling right now is very, very real. And I think about that every single day because this is not an easy situation at all. I thank all of you for sharing a little bit. I think it was important to just get some of this conversation on the table. We talked about this like I said, when we built the agenda, how much we could spend days and days talking about all of it. But we want to make sure we move forward and capture it, but also look for lights so we can start steering ahead towards the future. I just want to give Eileen a chance to weigh in at all relative to State Board. We had so much important conversation here. I didn't know if there was anything you might want to share before we move on.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Eileen Strauss. I'm Vice President of the State Board. And first of all, I've actually talked to quite a few of you because I've headed the screening committee for many of the 10 years that I've served on the State Board. And so nice to see you in person. You've probably heard my voice during some of the screening calls. So just on behalf of the State Board, we so appreciate your service and your voice on ACSE. It's so important to our work. Let me just say, while the State Board's work is really policy around assessments and accountability and frameworks, we've all been listening and living this transition. And we had a meeting yesterday that said, you know, in January, before this happened, it was really hard to be a kid. And now it's even harder if we think about what's happened. But I'm a grandmother of a severely handicapped autistic child, as well as kids in regular ed in TK, both who are having meltdowns, let me just say, during distance learning, where it's hard on all the parents as well when kids don't want to be on Zoom. But to the teachers and the administrators that we've been talking with, they are exhausted. Never worked harder, never tried to figure it out. Obviously, we weren't ever ready to completely shut down. So I think our CDE has given us guidance for opening, and we know that local districts are working very, very hard to look at all the possibilities. And I think kind of addressing even some of what you said, Dawn, about some kids will stay home right now. Actually, some teachers will stay home based on their health or their age. Some kids will go back part of the time, and some will have a hybrid. And so the transition right now of thinking about what it's going to look like is just so uncertain. And while that work is not directly under State Board policy work, it's one that we're all incredibly involved in and thoughtful about. And your voices just matter so much. But I do think it's a time, and I think those of us realize that we can't look back. We need to look forward. Schools will not be the same as they were before, and that's okay. I think it's an opportunity, both with the pandemic and the protests, to really take a look at our structure and our social engagement and what we do to build safe communities for kids in schools. So again, the CDE's been amazing on their webinars, as well as a lot of the nonprofit and policy groups. I feel actually for school districts and teachers and parents about how do you sort through all the information we're getting, because there's so many good resources out there. I will later, when there's liaison reports, give you an update on actually State Board work. I'll tell you a bit about the Credentialing Commission, what they've done during this pandemic time, and give you some highlights as far as some of the instructional qualities, some of those things. But I just have to say from all of us in state leadership, I mean, this is a time for us to really rethink and use it as an opportunity to really provide better, supportive, more equitable settings for all of our kids. And I think all of us really share that. So I'm glad to be here today. I am your temporary liaison. I care a whole lot about the work you all do. And we're expecting a couple of new board members shortly to be appointed. But until that happens, I'm definitely here to support the work and be a voice, both to listen to you and also to share with you what we've been talking about. So thank you for letting me have a couple of minutes, Summer. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Eileen. And commissioners, we do have this sort of organically popped up when we had time to fill, but we will readdress these issues in item 9, and we'll save our public comments for that point as well. Because I do thank Liz for then jumping on early and now just waiting for us to catch up to her. It's the fluid nature of trying to time these meetings, but thank you so much for your patience. And just to remind everyone, this is item 3. It's Liz Mai. She's going to report to us on the update of the governor's 2021 revised state budget. So thank you so much, Liz. I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you so much, and sorry for jumping on at an inopportune time. But good morning, everyone. I'm Liz Mai. I'm with the Department of Finance. And before I start, I do want to emphasize that this budget cycle, as you probably all know, has not been standard by any stretch of the imagination. And so usually by this time, we'd have a 3-house compromise and the budget would be signed, and that's what I would be telling you all. But negotiations are still happening now. So I've tried my best to put in the most updated information that I can share in this presentation. And that is our May revision. But I'm very aware that this can all change in the coming days and weeks. So I've also included my email at the end of this, and I invite anyone to reach out with any questions that they might have after the final budget is passed. Next slide, please. Right, so I've included this graph so we could get a visualization of just how much Proposition 98 was affected by COVID-19. Unfortunately, I'm not Lisa Merzinski, and I've never had the Prop 98 assignment. So I only have surface level understanding of Prop 98, but I'll try my best to explain what I do know. So compared to where we were at governor's budget, Prop 98 spending was reduced by about $12 billion. And compared to the 1920 Budget Act, that's about $5 billion reduction. Next slide, please. So to accommodate this decrease in Proposition 98, we proposed an LCFF proration of 10%, which was about $6.4 billion. Next slide, please. And we also proposed an LCFF deferral of $5.3 billion. Along with these, we are proposing removing $1.6 billion worth of governor's budget augmentations and a reduction of several categorical programs. And so despite these cuts, the $645 million ongoing for special education from 1920 was preserved because of the governor's commitment to special education. Next slide, please. So we are sustaining the governor's budget reform to the SPED-based funding formula, as well as our commitment to reform in areas such as funding, accountability, inclusive practices, and disproportionality to improve the outcomes for students with exceptional needs. Next slide, please. Like was proposed in the governor's budget, we imagine reform as a multi-year process. So we're in the initial phase, which includes the base formula reform, a study, and some work groups. This is almost identical to what was proposed in the governor's budget with 2 additional work groups. So the first one we've added is a work group focused on IEPs to create a distance learning IEP addendum template. And this is to accommodate for if anything similar to COVID-19 happens, or if a student just needs distance learning for any reason in the future. And then the other work group will look at out-of-home care. And it's to inform our future reform efforts for out-of-home care. Next slide, please. So along with this initial phase, we have sustained the dyslexia research training and statewide conference. And the other add-ons to the special education funding formula remains unchanged until a finalized formula is adopted in later years. We've also sustained the flexibility in the mental health funding so that they can be used for preventative measures before an IEP is necessary. Next slide, please. So for future phases, we imagine it involving finalizing the special education funding formula, as well as incorporating changes in statute based on continued research from the studies and work groups. Next slide, please. Also in the future phases, we are imagining reforms related to family and student engagement, whole child and family services, service delivery, non-public school placements, and other related services and programs. And we are also planning on incorporating recommendations from other statewide efforts, such as early learning and care reforms in the interagency collaboration. Next slide, please. So this is just an overview of what our new base funding formula looks like. It's $645.2 million ongoing Proposition 98 general fund that is still going to SELPAs. We are planning for the allocation to be based on a 3-year rolling average of ADA calculated at the local educational agency level. But we have gotten a lot of feedback about this, so we are still looking at whether or not the 3-year rolling average ADA is the best for LEAs, especially those with increasing ADA. But all SELPAs will be held harmless to their 1920 rate. And as I said previously, the categorical special education funding remains unchanged at this time. So next slide, please. That's all I have for now. Once again, this is all subject to change, and I am very, very open to answering any questions you all might have in the coming days and weeks. Thank you.
So are there any questions or comments to Liz from the commissioners?
Gina has the first comment.
Thank you so much, Ma. I really appreciate this presentation. On the second to last slide, you mentioned the 3-year rolling average, and I wondered, and you referenced this, and I wondered if there was any additional context you could give us on whether or not for those LEAs that may be experiencing some growth, would it be a 3-year rolling average or current year, whichever was higher? Or something similar? Do you have anything else to add or elaborate on that?
Yeah, so we are trying to make this as simple for the department to calculate. So it would either be that the 3-year rolling average is sustained, or all LEAs would see maybe a 1 or 2 or 3-year hold harmless.
I see. Okay, thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
I would just like to say thank you to all of our teammates at the Department of Finance. I know our focus is on the impact of, the COVID pandemic on our educational settings, but recognizing the amount of time and effort it takes to put together the state budget and doing it over distance and trying to connect with everyone who needs to have a voice in the process. A unique undertaking as well. So just want to acknowledge our partners in the Department of Finance and the administration for keeping these conversations on schedule. Thank you. Summer, I'm not seeing any other comments at this time from commissioners.
Okay, I do see the slide for public comment is up, so let's pause for a few minutes and give the public a chance to call in.
And Summer, we do have one caller already, if you want to go ahead and take the first public comment.
Can you tell me how I access that person, or is that something that you do?
And they're already queued up. So caller, if you could state your name and affiliation and go ahead and provide your public comment.
And we just want to express our gratitude to the administration, the governor's office, and the Department of Finance for prioritizing closing the inequities that have long existed in the special education funding. So we're very grateful for this proposal. We are wondering if perhaps the exploration of the statewide IEP template might be something that might be better addressed in a year or two due to the many other tasks schools and districts and special education departments will be facing in the upcoming year dealing with the repercussions of the COVID pandemic. So we're encouraging that to be paused during this time, as there will be so many other pieces that will need to be addressed, and that'll be a valuable conversation, and we want to make sure it doesn't get lost. And we're also grateful for, we're hearing there's recognition for our children that are under the age of 3, that DDS is continuing to receive funding for them until they can be assessed and transitioned into an LEA program at age 3. So we're excited about that, ensuring our students have ongoing services during this time.
Okay, and next caller, you are on. Please go ahead and state your name and affiliation before you speak.
Hi, my name is Robin Cowan. I am from Irvine. I'm the chair of the Community Advisory Committee. My first question is, I had submitted a public comment via email, and I didn't hear that read, so I wasn't sure if we were reading submitted public comments prior to ones that we were taking on the phone. The second question, do you want to ask that first?
Do you want me to answer that one, Summer?
Sure.
All public comment that was provided via email prior to the meeting was forwarded to commissioners prior to the meeting so that they could review that prior to the meeting.
Okay. And then my second question is, or comment, I guess, would be that as parents, we would love more transparency both on the state level as well as the local level. So one of the questions I have is what percentage of the public, that includes how state and federal funds are separate requests, what percentage of the public funds are earmarked for special education, are used by districts to engage in litigation, and is this available broken down by SELPA or district? I'm sorry, am I supposed to wait for a response, or is this the public comments that don't get responses?
Yes, public comments, just to clarify, we hear your public comments, and it can be something that informs decisions that we may make moving forward and building an agenda, but commissioners are just listening. We're not responding to the comments that you make.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I'll continue with my questions. Are you aware that counties also have funds that take from each student that includes special education students and general education students to support litigation that may affect neighboring districts or county procedures? And then as a parent, my goal is to work with my district, and I feel like the use of these largely secret and non-transparent funds don't promote collaboration, and they largely inhibit collaboration from parents. So I'd like to request a statewide audit of requests by district for services. For example, a parent may request an IEE or an increased session of speech and compare that to how much each district spends on lawyer fees and their times to fight parents instead of granting this request. And that is the end of my public comment.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, and we have one more public comment speaker. If you would please state your name and affiliation before you start your public comment.
Hi, my name is Maria Arias. I am a parent of special needs children in the San Bernardino County. And my concern is that my local SELPA, which is a single SELPA, has spent for the last 4 years approximately $469,000 just to pay legal fees for the legal counsel. And this is to litigate against children with special needs My concern is the fact that these funds could be very well used to provide services and to provide assessments. And I agree with the previous person that provided a comment stating that there is a need to have audits and to see how much money local SELPAs are spending to litigate against parents.
Okay, thank you so much.
And that is the last of our public comment.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, callers, and thank you, commissioners. As is always the way somehow in these meetings, we were way ahead and now we're caught up and right on time. So if you look at our agenda, it looks like we have a break for a few minutes and then we will start item number 4. I want to thank Mike Torres from the Assessment Division who jumped on board ready to go early if we needed him to. So thank you so much. I hope you've been able to continue to listen to the meeting, but do whatever you needed to do. We seem to be able to get right back on schedule and we'll hear from you at 10:45. So commissioners, if you want to leave the Zoom open, we can probably just take down your video and you can take a break. Aaron, am I missing anything or does that sound about right?
That sounds right.
Okay, I do see that Kimberly though has her hand up.
Just very quickly, I was unable to hear who the first speaker was. I think when they introduced themselves, I just wasn't sure who the public comment was from on the first.
Aaron, will you be able to pass that out to us?
Wasn't it Heather DeFeet?
It was Heather DeFeet. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you. I thought I recognized the voice, but I wasn't sure. Thank you.
Okay. All right, take a quick break, commissioners, out of the Zoom universe, and we will see you back here at 10:45. Thank you so much. Okay, so thank you, commissioners, for taking a break and joining us so that we can keep going with our important agenda today. It's been a good morning so far. So let me please introduce for you Mike Torres. He's with the California State Assessment Division to give us an update on the assessments and related activities, including an update on the accessibility usage study that they are conducting, as well as the alternate ELD assessment. So Mike, thank you so much. I saw that you jumped on early and have been there for us all the way. So we really appreciate you giving us your home warning today.
Thank you, Summer. Yeah, it was a great conversation you guys were having this morning. So I'm glad to have been able to listen in on that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and begin. Hello, distinguished members of the Advisory Commission on Special Education. Thank you for the very important work that you do for California students with disabilities. And thanks, Aaron Christensen, for organizing the presenters. I appreciate that. My name is Mike Torres. I'm an education programs consultant in the Assessment, Development, and Administration Division at the California Department of Education, also known as CDE. I'm the state lead on accessibility for California's assessments. Also present is my administrator, Dr. Eric Zilbert, and he's present in the CDE boardroom. Thank you for giving our office the opportunity to share with you some updates on statewide assessment today, June 17th, 2020. Next slide, please. On today's agenda, I have 2 topics to update you with, as Summer indicated. The first is information related to the blueprint for the alternate English language proficiency assessments for California, or the alternate LPAC. The second is on a study being conducted on the usage of accessibility resources on California's assessments. Next slide, please. Now for the first part of this presentation, the alternate LPAC blueprint. Next slide, please. At the May 7th, 2020 meeting of the California State Board of Education, or SBE, the SBE approved the following: that the alternate LPAC test blueprint be approved and authorize the CDE to make technical edits as necessary to the alternate LPAC test blueprint. Next slide, please. I'm going to provide you with a summary of the alternate LPAC development activity timeline. The timeline began with the SBE approval of the high-level test design for the alternate LPAC in May of 2019. That high-level test design identified the population for the alternate LPAC as those students in grades kindergarten through grade 12 with the most significant cognitive disabilities who are English learners or potential English learners. Also, the test blueprint was to be aligned with the 2012 California English Language Development Standards via the English Language Development Connectors. Now, the English Language Development Connectors are reduced in breadth, depth, and complexity. The high-level test design was also established the structure of the alternate LPAC. The structure was determined to be an online assessment, to be administered one-on-one, to include receptive and expressive task types, and that students would be able to respond in their individually preferred modes of communication. Next, in preparation for the proposed test blueprints, the alternate LPAC pilot and cognitive lab study was administered in January of 2020. Preliminary findings supported the identification of the specific task types included in the test blueprint. The alternate LPAC test blueprint was then approved by the SBE in May of 2020. The approved test blueprint will be used to develop the alternate LPAC census field test, which must be administered to all eligible students in January through February of 2021. In order to be eligible, students must have an individualized education program or IEP, which identifies the student as having the most significant cognitive disability prior to administration. The CDE estimates that the number of test takers for the alternate LPAC field test will be no more than 1,700 students per grade or grade span. Then, in May of 2021, after standard setting has been completed in February, the proposed threshold scores will be brought forth to the SBE for their approval. Finally, on July 1st, 2021, we anticipate that the alternate LPAC will be operational. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to describe an excerpt of the approved test blueprint for the alternate LPAC. The first column is task type, includes a list of the 7 available task types for each grade or grade span. Please note that only 2 are shown here. Each alternate LPAC task type contains multiple item types, for example, multiple choice or single select. The next column is linguistic complexity. Each task type has a determined linguistic complexity level, with the lowest complexity level task types listed first in the blueprint and the highest complexity level task types listed last. The next column, the test questions or items within a task type are aligned to 1 or more primary and secondary English language development connectors, which are listed in the next 2 columns. Each of these connectors are aligned with the 2012 California English Language Development Standards and are available in Appendix A of the approved test blueprints. The test blueprint also includes the number of items for each task type and their associated point values, which can be found in the next column, items and points. The test blueprint also identifies the 4 domains. You have listening and reading, and speaking and writing, as measured by the receptive and expressive task types. These are listed in the last 4 columns of the test blueprint by number of items and number of points by receptive and expressive task type expressive items respectively. Additionally, to ensure English learners with the most significant cognitive disabilities can fully access and participate in the alternate LPAC, students may use their individually preferred receptive and expressive communication modes to respond to each of the task types. This design helps ensure maximum participation of all eligible test takers. Next slide, please. The CDE collected feedback from a variety of stakeholders beginning in August 2019 and through February 2020 in the development of the alternate LPAC test blueprint. The first group of stakeholders were our test design advisory team. which included national experts, Dr. Edine Sato, Dr. Lucrecia Santibanez, Dr. Martha Thurlow, and Dr. Megan Carvonen. These stakeholders have expertise with students with disabilities who are English learners and with large-scale assessments for students with disabilities. Another stakeholder group consulted with the LPAC Technical Advisory Group, who reviewed and gave feedback on our blueprint. Next, a small group of California special education and English learner educators participated in a virtual educator blueprint review. In addition, members from the English Learner Support Division and the Special Education Division at CDE collaborated with the Assessment Division staff and provided feedback on the alternate LPAC test blueprint on several occasions during its development. Next slide, please. So that concludes the update on the approved alternate LPAC blueprint. Now I'll present information about a usage study on accessibility resources in California. Next slide, please. The the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or CASP, and the LPAC both use the same categories of accessibility resources. Those categories include universal tools, designated supports, and accommodations. California's test delivery system offers an array of universal tools, designated supports, and accommodations to students as they participate in tests. The universal tools are available to all students. The designated supports are assigned to students based on educator or team recommendation, which may include the parent. Accommodations are assigned to students with an active Section 504 plan and or for students with disabilities. And these are based on the decisions made by the IEP team, which includes the parent. Next slide, please. Now, designated supports and accommodations differ from universal tools in that they're made available only to eligible students. And the test delivery system captures whether designated supports or accommodations are used by a student as they progress through the test. The focus of this study was on specific designated supports and accommodations, which I'll share with you in the next few slides. Next slide, please. As I mentioned previously, designated supports and accommodations, which I'll refer to moving forward as accessibility resources, are assigned to students prior to testing. The study makes a distinction between the assignment of accessibility resources and the usage of those resources once they're assigned. Some guiding questions include, are accessibility resources assigned in targeted ways tailored to the unique needs of students? And what is the continuity of student use throughout the test? Next slide, please. The purpose was to study the assignment and usage of designated supports and accommodations for students in California. The study was designed to be descriptive in nature and assesses how and where students appear to be using accessibility resources during their testing experience. Next slide, please. Considering those guiding questions and the purpose of the study, accessibility resource data collection parameters were then established. The data was evaluated from subsets of the complete population. The subsets of the population included English learner and non-English learner, students with and without a Section 504 plan, students with and without disabilities, and students who are economically disadvantaged and not economically disadvantaged. The researchers identified students within a grade who were assigned and used an accessibility resource, and the subsequent analyses are all based on that specific subset of the population. The analyses included patterns of accessibility resource use for individual students by subset, relationship between assignment of accessibility resource and their operational use, and exploration of trends of relative use to test characteristics and performance. Next slide, please. Now let's talk about which accessibility resources were selected for this study. Some resources are constantly on in the test delivery system. For example, a test is either in streamlined mode or it's not. Subsequently, for those resources that are always on, we know these resources are always used throughout the test. The focus of this study then was on resources that are assigned, and it's up to the student to actively use that resource. The test delivery system recorded that a student used the resource more than 50 unique instances. The student actively selects the resource in order to use it during test administration. The following resources were identified to be included in the study. Text-to-speech, where text is read aloud to the student via the embedded text-to-speech technology. American Sign Language, or ASL, where ASL videos are available for any item that has a listening component. The ASL human signer and the signed test content are viewed on the same screen. Print on demand is where copies of passages, stimuli, and items are printed for students locally during the test when they need it. Masking is where content is electronically blocked off that is not of immediate need or that may be distracting to the student. And lastly, audio transcript, which allows students to view a transcript of the audio content from the current page. The resource is useful for students who may have visual impairments or who are accustomed to accessing information presented via audio in the form of Braille. Next slide, please. So I'm going to summarize some very initial findings from the study. The charts on this particular slide represent initial findings specifically for grade 3. In these charts, each stripe represents the percentage usage of assigned accessibility resource for a given demographic subgroup. So in essence, each strip is the percentage of students who are using an accessibility resource that is assigned to them. You'll notice that ASL does not have a students without disabilities band, since it's an accommodation specifically for students with disabilities. And also you'll note that there's no audio support in mathematics, and that's because it's not available for mathematics. In essence, what you're looking at here on these charts is the wider stripes means that of the students from a particular demographic category, such as students with disabilities, who were assigned an accessibility resource, more students used that particular resource. Some interesting trends are noteworthy. The students with disabilities subgroup tends to have higher accessibility resource usage rates than students without disabilities. The economic disadvantaged subgroup follows similar trends as the other subgroups. Text-to-speech is the most popular accessibility resource. Not only is text-to-speech assigned to more students than any other accessibility resource, but it's also used by a higher percentage of students. And lastly, both print on demand and on the chart print on request and masking accessibility resources are used by a higher percentage of students in English language arts literacy than in mathematics. Next slide, please. These charts look very similar to the previous slide. However, these charts represent initial findings for grade 5. So please note that it's supposed to say grade 5 in the title, so our apologies. Some interesting trends are noteworthy here, though, that the same trends for economically disadvantaged text-to-speech and print-on-demand requests are found here in grade 5 as they were in grade 3. In addition to that, a higher percentage of students in English language arts literacy grade 5 use the audio transcript when compared to grade 3. Next slide, please. Please note that these findings are preliminary and that the study is still in process. The full accessibility resources usage study will be completed in the summer of 2020. And we would be more than happy to come back to share that final report with this group when it's completed. Next slide, please. So that concludes this presentation, and are there any questions that you may have?
I had one, just while everyone else is thinking. I was remembering when we first started talking about these accessibility resources many, many years ago. And I'd love to see how many are actually being used. I'm wondering if there's any ability to ask the students themselves what they find beneficial. I could ask a third grader on my campus what makes sense to them, what makes one of these resources more helpful, and I think they'd be able to answer. So I don't know if that might be in the works, but just a thought. I would love to hear the students' voices on this.
That's a good point. And so our test vendor ATS conducts research studies, cognitive lab studies, where some students are involved in focus groups. And so I'm not sure if Dr. Zilbert would like to add to that in the boardroom, but we do reach out to students, but not in a large, grand scale, considering the number of students in California.
So commissioners, are there any questions at all that you might have or comments?
Christine has a comment. Summer?
Well, one, I just want to thank you for your work. It seems like I'm new to the commission, but I'm glad to see that this has been in the works to support kids who are English language learners who have other special needs, because I think they were left out for a long time. So I'm glad to see that this really important work is happening and that we are really reaching to the families and their kids to support them so that they can also be able to be brought up to the standards that we expect of all our other kids. I did have a quick question, or I'm not sure. I'm just, my daughter has been in the deaf and hard of hearing program for our county. And I know we've always had a lot of students who come from families that don't have English as their first language, but the kids are also learning American Sign Language, and I wondered what kind of accommodations would we be looking at for those kids, because I'm not sure. I think they are also still learning ASL, and how do you support? I don't know if it's a question specific to a test. Maybe it's just a bigger question of how do you educate these kids and get them to get really 2 languages or 3 languages when they also have other sometimes have other disabilities in addition to being either deaf or hard of hearing. So I guess that's I don't know if it's a comment or a question, but if you have any information, I'd love to hear more about that.
That's a good question. And so, and a very good point. Thank you. And the consortium that California belongs to, the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium, is constantly working on new and upcoming accessibility resources for students. One accessibility resource that was most recently added to our plethora that are available is illustration glossaries. And such glossaries may be used for non-construct relevant words, and it shows an image of what's on the screen, and that can be used in conjunction with some of our other test items that may be able to assist them. We've also got the audio transcript that we have so that the text actually appears on the screen. And then, and that's something that, that students can also use on the assessments. But we're constantly looking at what are some new ways in order to be able to make our assessments more accessible to students.
Don't see any other comments from commissioners. While we put the screen up to offer public comment, I just want to once again thank the Assessment Division for all the continuing work that you do and the evolution of collaboration, and it's just such a different model than it was years and years ago. So I really thank the whole department for approaching your work through that lens of being all one team to be able to add our input and develop the strongest assessments possible for students. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Summer. Thank you, commissioners.
Aaron, do we have the public comment screen? Are we waiting for public comment?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and put that screen up right now for the PowerPoint.
Commissioners, we'll wait just a couple minutes, see if there's any call-ins, and then we'll move to item number 5.
Okay, and Chair Harding, we do not have any public comment in queue.
Okay, thank you so much. So Commissioners, we'll move on to item number 5. And this is where we sort of started the conversation organically earlier. We wanted to have opportunity for staff from the CDE Special Education Division to review some of the activities that have been taking place to provide guidance and a response to the coronavirus pandemic to our students and families and LEAs. We're going to have Stacy Woodine here along with Aaron Christensen to give us an update. So I will turn it over to both of them.
So good morning, Commissioners. Can everyone hear me? Yeah, thumbs up. Okay, great. Good to be with you this morning. I'm going to start off and then I'm going to hand it over to my partner, Aaron. We're going to walk you through some of the division's response to COVID-19. And I'm wondering if this will be, somewhat therapeutic for me just to reflect on where we've been over the last few months and sort of all of the challenges that we've had to navigate. So next slide, Aaron, if you will. Perfect. And I have 2 computers open right now, so I don't know if that's going to help or hurt, but okay, so our initial response, obviously this happened very abruptly. And so we had a ton of questions right off the bat. And we sort of acknowledged that there was just a real urgent need for information, right? So everybody, there's no playbook for this. There was no framework for this. Everybody was sort of left grappling with how do we move forward in the best interest of our students, given the circumstances. So that was just right off the bat. We knew that we needed to mobilize and provide some information quickly. So part of that was just engaging all of our partners in hearing about what questions were popping up out there. So this included regular discussions with other states. So I know, Kristen, our former director, I'm still in mourning, and myself, we're on calls with other states, talking through, brainstorming about how we should approach this. What should we say? What's our first priority? And then also our state partners. So we were in regular communication twice a week for most of the time with our SELPA leadership, statewide leadership, SECO, parents. So it just involved sort of circling the wagons and really figuring out where are we at, what do we need to do, what's the first priority, what questions need to be answered. And so I think there was also an acknowledgement across the board when we were engaging in those discussions that given the pandemic, given that we were dealing with really a health crisis, and given that there was just this abrupt disconnect from schools, and schools provide the relationships, the structure, the routine, the services, and being abruptly disconnected from that, there was just this need to say, is everyone okay, really? And that's what we were hearing from educators in the first couple of weeks was, we haven't heard from so-and-so family. We just want to make sure that they have what they need, that they're okay, that we sort of had to rebuild this educational infrastructure, right? When all this happened, when the school site started closing. So there was just this recognition that ensuring safety and wellness was primary in what we were doing. And then let's move forward and deal with some of the more complex policy issues. The governor's office was very responsive and proactive in sort of triggering action and demanding action from state agencies to get that information out. So you'll see I noted the executive order from March 13th and 2620, which really, require the Department of Education and other departments issue some guidance with a relatively short turnaround. And so I think the initial guidance that the CDE put out was released either on the 17th or the 18th of March, and that was our distance learning guidance document. And that's on our webpage. So that was sort of the initial push. There was a small section of that guidance documents dedicated to students with disabilities, but we knew that we needed to go into more depth and tackle some of the details. And so that was our initial guidance document, and then we issued some more, which I'll go over in a couple slides. Part of the initial effort as well was analyzing and disseminating information that we were getting from the United States Department of Education and the Office of Special Education Programs. They were relatively quick in issuing some guidance right up front. And so we had to do what we needed to do to analyze that and figure out where we needed to build off of what they were saying. So next slide, Erin. So these are sort of the foundational documents that the United States Department of Education issued. And so in case you haven't seen these or you want to review them, I provided the links. I'm hoping that maybe you guys will get a copy of this PowerPoint and you can just sort of click through. But these were sort of this was the initial blast of information from the United States Department of Education. So we have the March 12th document, and that was really a Q&A document about providing services to students with disabilities during the pandemic. Office of Civil Rights had a follow-up document a few days later. You can't see that because of my screen, but March 16th. And then OSEP, the Office of Special Education Programs, issued on March 21st a supplemental fact sheet, which sort of works in tandem with that first Q&A doc. And it walked through a lot of just basic fundamental questions that people were having. What is our obligation to serve students given the health considerations in the pandemic? What do we need to do to ensure equitable access? So those documents sort of walk through just some of the basic legal requirements, and again, provided the foundation for us to build off of. So go to the next slide, Erin. So these links are to the CDE issued guidance. So what we did, that first link is to the special education guidance webpage. And that is what we did was once we analyzed sort of what we were hearing from the feds, once we gathered questions that needed to be answered from the field, we built a couple iterations of an FAQ, and you'll find those on that first link. The first iteration of the FAQ was issued, I think, mid-March. And then the second one, an updated one, which basically just added more question and answers to the initial FAQ, was issued in early April. And then the second link is sort of the hub of all guidance that CDE has put out about coronavirus, COVID. So that's a useful link to have. You'll find a ton of resources, a ton of information for schools. And recently, actually, I can't remember if I developed these slides before, but we recently issued, CDE issued the reopening of schools guidance document. And there is a little piece about students with disabilities in that as well. So it's called Stronger Together. That's available on the website as well. And you can access, I think, almost all of those through that second link. But if you want to access the special education specific guidance, that first link is going to be your best bet. So Erin, move forward, next slide. So some of the areas, I mean, we could spend the whole meeting talking about some of the complex policy issues that we've had to sort of wade through and think through over the last few months. But just to give you an idea of what was included in some of the state guidance, these are some of the questions that are answered in our FAQs. And again, I encourage everybody in the public and the commissioners to review this. So some of the questions we had to tackle: must all IEPs be amended to reflect the change to distance learning? Is a local educational agency precluded from providing services in home? What's considered equitable access for students with disabilities? So, you know, again, this was really sort of an exercise in balancing our legal obligations with what made sense for students and what was going to be good for students. So those are answered in our FAQs. Next slide. Okay, so moving forward, we are still in the thick of it. We are taking questions as they come, and we're trying to get as many answers out there as we can. And there are a lot of questions that remain. So that's pretty much the only constant thread in the last few months, is that more questions. As you all know, this really unfolded like a domino effect, right? The first sort of fell that as time goes on, we're seeing some of these unanticipated impacts, and we're dealing with different issues. I think initially when COVID first sort of happened and unfolded, we thought it would be somewhat temporary. And so a lot of decisions were made with that sort of framework. Well, that's changing now, right? Now that we see that this may continue, this may be our mode of learning going forward. There are a lot of things that we're going to have to reconsider and revisit. So obviously, initially, we're looking at the reopening of schools, and we're going to have to talk through and brainstorm around some issues that are coming up from that. We have heard that the Office of Special Education Programs has plans to issue further guidance. I believe it might be around remediation, as Gina was discussing earlier. A lot of questions about how schools approach remediating some of the learning loss for our students with disabilities, and what their obligations are to get students back up to speed, to stay connected, all of these considerations. So we're waiting for future guidance from the United States Department of Education. As soon as we get that, we'll turn it around and we'll build off of that, just as we did initially. And then I can't emphasize enough how important it has been to collaborate with all of our critical partners in walking through this together. So educators, parents, I know Kristen at some point got on a town hall with hundreds of parents that really, we all experience this in personal and professional ways. So the way that we've experienced this pandemic and the shift in education has been very personal. And so we've heard a lot from parents, and it's their questions that are really driving some of these discussions. So hearing from service providers, working with educational leaders and parents has been so critical, and will remain critical as we continue to tackle some of these questions that remain. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Aaron. He's going to walk you through some of the other good stuff that's happened.
Thank you, Stacy. I appreciate that. Chair Harding and commissioners, I am really excited and appreciate the opportunity to kind of change hats and show you some of what I do when I'm not supporting the commission. I'm going to talk today about two projects that I've been working on, but first let me introduce myself for the audience. My name is Aaron Christensen. I'm an education programs consultant with the California Department of Ed Special Ed Division. And I've had the opportunity to work on two wonderful projects in response to the switch to distance learning. The first of those that I want to talk about is the Distance Learning Innovations for Special Education webinars. And this was a series of webinars that was initiated by Superintendent Thurman, and really designed to provide some practical guidance to the field about how to move to the distance learning format. It was hosted by our partners at Supporting Inclusive Practices, Kristen Brooks and Kevin Schaefer, and I really have to commend them on their ability to pivot, because we asked them with almost no notice to pivot directly from everything that they were involved in to pick up these and host these webinars. And I also wanted to give a thanks to Tim Nash and Jill Amick from CDE. Tim Nash is with us in the room today. They put in a lot of hours to make sure that these webinars were successful. The webinars consisted of information provided by panelists from the field. So those were parents, teachers, service providers, administrators, agencies, and professional associations. And they came on and talked about what distance learning will look like for them and what that shift looked like. The webinars were broadcast every Thursday in April, so they were really back-to-back with not a lot of time in between. And they covered 5 topics. The first topic was distance learning. And we had a variety of panelists from all over California to represent all sides of California, really both the rural districts and the urban districts, as they talked about how they first looked at and contacted parents to ensure that their basic needs were met, such as food. And then they talked about what the shift to distance learning looked like for their districts or their counties, and some of the issues they encountered and some of the solutions that they found. The next topic was supporting families and parents. And in this, the panelists talked about how to maintain that sense of community as you shift to distance learning. We also heard from the Family Empowerment Centers, which we'll hear from in another item today. But they talked about how they were supporting parents during distance learning and also how they were helping districts maintain connections with parents and communicate with parents in order to maintain and continue with distance learning. And lastly, we heard from parents who really gave their perspective on what distance learning looked like for them and the things that they needed from districts in order to support their children. The next topic, it's listed as secondary transition here, but that should really be transition because it covered transition for all ages. The panelists talked about how to support the different transition levels, secondary transition, so looking at those students as they prepare for career and continuing that process of preparing them for career or for independent living. They also talked about Part C to B transition and how to address that transition in the current state. And then we also had the Department of Rehabilitation on for that webinar. And they talked about how they were partnering to support students with disabilities. The next was related services. And in this webinar, panelists talked about how to support students with more complex needs and students with low incidence disabilities. We also had related service providers such as occupational therapists and adaptive PE providers talk about what those services looked like through distance learning and how they were continuing to support students with disabilities. And the last one on the list was a webinar about mental health and behavior, and I believe that Commissioner Topalian was on this panel, so we can hear more from her. But this topic, the panelists covered how COVID-19 had exacerbated or impacted the mental and social-emotional needs of families and students, and then provided some tools to address those needs. Also, the panelists covered behavior at home for students who had behavioral needs and different tools that could be utilized to support those students, such as positive behavior interventions and supports in the home. At the bottom of the screen, you can see the link to where those webinars are hosted. But if you simply do a search for CDE COVID-19 webinars, you'll see a list of all the webinars that CDE has done to address the change to distance learning. The Distance Learning Innovations for Special Education webinars are about a third of the way down the page, and each webinar has a direct link to the video, and then there's also a notes section, so you can go and look at the notes and see what is covered in each webinar. The next project that I've been working on is Innovative Solutions Work Group, and this was also an initiative from Superintendent Thurman. And the purpose of the work group was to assist educators and families across California with distance learning and provide some specific resources and solutions to utilize in that distance learning. The work group resulted in a series of 10 resource summaries, and I'll show the commission those resource summaries at the end of the presentation. They're really great, and the work group did a lot of work. The work group consisted of stakeholders throughout California, and during this process and as I continue to work in the special education field, I'm continually touched by the incredible dedication of the community that supports students with disabilities. We had over 130 people volunteer to participate in these webinars, and they provided a lot of their personal time in order to support this project. And the participants included parents, teachers, service providers, administrators. We had representatives from professional organizations and associations. We had advocate groups participate, so just a large variety of stakeholders. The meetings were facilitated through a collaboration between CDE and West Ed. We had about 10 members of West Ed and 10 members of CDE that helped facilitate all of the meetings. Donna Minders from West Ed was the project manager, and again, I have to give her congratulations on the job she did. She also pivoted without much time to take over and lead this work group, and not only organizing and facilitating the meetings, but also working and facilitating the production of the resource summaries. So hundreds of hours she put into this process. From the CDE side, an associate of mine, Monica Pekarovich, and I took the lead. The work groups met 1 hour every Friday from late March through the end of April, and actually I think the last meeting date was May 1st. But this wasn't the only time that the work group members were spending. Throughout the week, they were collecting information from their counterparts. They were looking at resources and trying to find resources to address some of the issues that they were encountering as they moved to distance learning. And then at the meetings, the participants broke up into 10 subgroups. They're listed here. I'm not going to read through them. But the subgroups were based on, or they participated in the subgroups based on their expertise or their interest. And these subgroups, as you notice, match some of the subgroups or some of the topics from the webinars, and that's by design because both of these projects were pretty interwoven. At the subgroup meetings, the members would get together to discuss current issues that they were encountering in regard to distance learning, talk about the solutions or lack of solutions that they were seeing in the field, and review resources that they had gathered themselves, as well as resources that had been submitted by the public. We did open up a special email address that public could submit suggestions and resources to. That was sedinfo@cde.ca.gov. And at the end of this presentation, I'll show a little link that people can continue to submit those suggestions. And we really appreciate all the information that the public provided us and allowed us to review so that we could create these resource documents. We received a lot of feedback from the members of the subgroup about how important and how well these subgroup meetings worked, not only to create the resource summaries that the group created, but also as kind of an information sharing and brainstorming session where they could come in with some of the concerns or some of the issues they were seeing as they tried to shift to distance learning, discuss those with their peers and members from the subgroup, get suggestions, receive links to some resources, then they could immediately take those back to the field, to their school sites or their districts or their county offices, and utilize those immediately to support students with disability, as well as share those with their peers on site. Each subgroup did create a resource summary, and that resource summary talks about the areas of concern that the subgroup discussed, some of the considerations that they thought were important for that area. They provided examples of practices or solutions that they were seeing in the field, and then hopefully link that to a resource. You'll see a link at the bottom of this page. Our partners at Supporting Inclusive Practices have made a web page to host these resource summaries. So I'm going to go there in just a second. But you can also reach this just by searching on the web sipinclusion.org and clicking on the Distance Learning Innovations tab. And let me go in and I'll show you that right now. So here is the Supporting Inclusive Practices website. The tab is the Distance Learning Innovations resources here. And at the top, we have a little information that talks about the work group and the purpose of the work group. As we scroll down, on the right side, you'll see the list of topics that the work group split up into. And you can click on any of these topics to pull up the resource summary. The resource summary is a document that can be downloaded and saved for anybody that wants to do so. And also, the resource summary has direct live links. Resource summary talks about the purpose of the work group, kind of an overview of what the subgroup was doing, and then it goes through and talks about those areas of concern, which are focus areas here. It'll give a little information about the specific area that they're looking at. Then we'll have some considerations for educators or families, some ideas of what practices could or should look like, and then give some examples of from the field. And those examples also include these resources that can be directly clicked on and then go to those sites. At the end of each of those focus areas, we have a breakdown of those resources so that people utilizing the site can look specifically through those resources to see which resources might meet their needs. If we back out a little bit from the resource pages, we also have a searchability feature that Supporting Inclusive Practices set up. This feature takes all of the resources listed in the resource summaries and then makes it into a searchable database. So you can go over and filter the resources specifically by the topic area, which in this case, maybe we want to look at parent and family. So when we click on that, it will pull up all the resources that are specific or coded for parents and families. That still leaves a lot of resources. In this case, it looks like 170 of the 246 resources are pertinent to parents and families. So we can further search by entering a keyword in the search feature here. So say we want to look at engagement. We can pull up information that's specific to student engagement and cross-references with parents and families. We'll say we want to look at engagement across all categories. We can simply click on the filter here and go back to resource categories, and then all of the resources that are tagged with engagement will pop up. You can look at specifically the title, you can look at what the content is, and then click on the link here to access that resource. And then lastly, as I said earlier, we do have a way for public to continue to submit these resources, and we hope they do. They can click on this link here, and it will take you directly to send an email to that email box we have. New resources, as they come in, they'll be categorized, and if we go to one of the categories, say for administrators, let's clear this a little bit, sorry about that. as the new resources come in, we take a look at them and post them to the website. They'll go to the top of the resource link here, so you can always see which resources are new. And that is the end of my presentation. Summer?
Well, there's always so much that's happening that so many people are not aware of how hard everyone's working. I can only say that as we turn this corner into closing schools quite suddenly, and it felt, all hands on deck, there was a sense, at least from me and my colleagues that I speak with, that there was a lot of people, behind us that were also feeling all hands on deck. And it just goes to show that it was all the way up to the state level, and the work that you and Stacy have done is so comprehensive and so valuable that I wish that we had so many hours in a day to reach out to every single family and say, look what's available. It's sort of an ongoing feeling I've had in years working with the department that there is so much work being done by really talented and great people, and often it's just our inability to get it into the hands of people that need to see the information. And so whatever I can do to, alert my community that all this work has been done by you and your team, I, for one, will do. And I hope all the commissioners will communicate to their networks of people to do the same, because it's clear that you jumped into the water just like all of us did when kids went home, to try to find ways to support LEAs and all the way down to school sites and families. So thank you so much for the work that you've done and for your engagement and energy and participation to try to solve what has made me really proud to be an educator, as I see that we have completely turned upside down a whole, it's not industry, isn't the right word, a whole collective organization that's been doing things in one way, and we turned it on its head. And, right down to every single teacher just jumped in and tried to reinvent what it is that we do. And I think it's a great testimony to everybody that calls himself an educator, that we approach this work with such drive and enthusiasm and momentum, and all with the effort of trying to do what's right for kids. So it makes me really proud to be in this profession with all of you, even though we all work in different offices or different homes with different Zoom rooms. But I can see that we all are trying to align ourselves to what's best for kids. So thank you so much for the work that you did. Everybody's been really incredible during this time. So I want to open it up for other commissioners for any kind of comments or questions for Stacy or Aaron.
So we'll start with Commissioner Andrus.
Hey, Aaron, I'll keep it short. I just wanted to say this is such an amazing resource. I cannot wait to just go through it, scroll through it, and just consider all of the ways that we can use it to support ourselves as teachers and parents as well. So I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work.
Commissioner Mills.
Hi, this question is directed more towards Stacy, I think. At the beginning of the presentation, you had mentioned the guidelines that CDE has put out. Forget the name of it. Yesterday, I was in the Education Committee hearing, and there was some discussion around public health guidelines for schools and CDE's guidelines for schools being a little bit different. And I'm curious to know how CDE will be able to implement and actually survey schools to find out what guidelines they'll be using related to COVID, or if CDE will take any measures to check in on schools on a regular basis when schools reopen.
Yes, yeah, really, really good questions. So part of the challenge that we continue to encounter is trying to issue statewide guidance when ultimately it is kind of specific to the regional context. So a lot of what schools are doing is driven by the county health orders, right? and it looks different sort of across the state. And so it is sort of a constant battle. And I think that, our leadership is in communication with sort of county level leadership and trying to work through some of those details and identify where there might be a hiccup or a discrepancy that needs to be addressed. So it's just, we're continuing to work through all of those pieces. As far as the special education division, as I mentioned, we're sort of in constant contact with our SELPA partners and SECO and making sure anything that we hear about for a particular district or, services may or may not be being provided or how they're being provided, we engage them, and it's sort of, like Summer said, it's an all hands on deck. So we are checking in with districts, regularly as needed. But I think your question is a little bit bigger. And so, we can certainly inquire within the department to see what's being done, but I think it's just all sort of a work in progress.
Yeah, and I absolutely, applaud the work that has been done. I'm just thinking about, as schools reopen in this new environment, monitoring and enforcement. And I use that loosely because I certainly don't want to scare professionals or families and students. But I think that especially for our students that benefit from special education services, there is a level of monitoring and enforcement that needs to occur to make sure those that are that have vulnerabilities to COVID, and we've already seen the number of kids with pre-existing conditions that have passed away, elevate. I just get concerned about what that will look like when the schools reopen if we don't have monitoring and enforcement in place.
Right. And Shiloh, go ahead. I think Shiloh wants to add to that.
So I just kind of wanted to add a little bit of more perspective to what Stacey's saying around pieces of and all of those issues. So my name is Shiloh Duncan Bethriel. I have been for a long time the data administrator for special education. So I do a lot of the statewide annual performance reports, the selection for monitoring. A lot of times when districts wonder, how did I get picked for something? It's usually the work of my team. I'm now working as the interim associate director for the special education division. One of the things that we're working on now is what is monitoring going to look like in the upcoming year. The CDE is very committed to monitoring school districts and addressing a lot of the concerns that Commissioner Mills was bringing up, and I think a lot of concerns that parents across the state have, and help meeting the needs of districts as well to support those students. And so, but just to kind of give you a little bit more perspective on those challenges is, the experiences that we are experiencing now, they will reverberate throughout the state for a year or more. We do not have the normative levels of checks and balances that we would have in place because we don't have assessments that we would normally use to gauge student performance. We will have truncated suspension data this year. We will not have the breadth of other types of data that we would normally have to sort of gauge how districts are doing. So we're going to have to continually pivot to work through that. In addition to that, we're going to be doing more monitoring from Sacramento because we don't want to put our staff in risk of having to travel. And so we're going to continue to figure out what does that monitoring look like. And I think that's working very closely with our partners throughout the state and working with you all, with our SELPA partners, with our district partners, with our county office partners to determine what exactly that will look like. But the city is very committed to monitoring, and anytime we're hearing concerns from parents or advocacy agencies that a district is potentially hindering the progress of students or there might be some issues there, we work with the district to support them and help them understand that. We want to help students progress even during these really uncertain times. So I just kind of wanted to make sure that that was clear. But the normal ways that we use to identify districts, to identify areas where students are not progressing as we would like, are going to be different because we won't have what we would normally have. So just kind of keeping that in mind as we move forward.
I just want to briefly thank you, Shiloh. I appreciate those additional details. And I'm sure you or someone in your division was also watching the hearing yesterday. And I guess hearing some of the school districts provide public comment about how in the last couple of months during the school year, they chose not to provide any services in some cases to students with disabilities. And now we know that this is a longer term sort of situation, which is why we often refer to it as the new normal. I'm particularly concerned about those districts that weren't able and did not provide any services to students in the last 2 to 2.5 months of school year, and now are in a position of continuing to provide services in 2021.
Commissioner Oyakala.
Thank you. First, thank you, Stacy and Aaron. That was really informative, and the work that you've all been doing behind the scenes is amazing. I was actually very familiar with all the links that Stacy had given us, because as a parent, like I was like everyone else, just kind of floundering in the dark and trying to find information. So it was really helpful to be able to look to that to answer questions. And I didn't know about the work Aaron described, and so I'm really excited to look at that. And I wondered, I think Summer kind of referred to that, like we need to get this information out because it's very empowering, I think, to a parent to be able to refer to something that was provided by the state when you're talking to your district or your school to say, look, these are suggestions, these are recommendations. It might not be full authority and, you know, something they can cite that is required perhaps, but if it's something that has been vetted, that they can share with their districts, it really is, I think, very helpful for so many families and their kids. So if it's possible, I wondered if this is something that can be linked from the sites that Stacy was showing us on the CDE website, because I never would have looked to that other private website to find that information. And I think that would be really helpful. The second thing I wanted to ask, I think maybe it's a question for Stacy, is it's similar in that I guess was asked before, like how much more do we expect as far as additional guidance? You've given a lot, and it's been amazing. But as things evolve, you know, parents, you know, schools, of course, and administrators and teachers are looking to see what the state has been telling us. But as parents, we don't know what we're supposed to expect either. And we look to the districts and SELPAs, and some are doing a great job at communicating, and others are getting silence. And so when we have like the reopening guidance that just came out, that was really helpful to hear, okay, we expect these things going forward, even if we don't know specifically what's going to happen. Do we expect to see more information, especially with regards to kids with special, with IEPs who might not be getting services or not enough? There's a constant reference in the federal guidelines that perhaps compensatory services, for example, are something that might be considered. But parents, I don't know about educators and administrators, but parents definitely don't know, for the most part, how to keep track of what might be needed, what services the kids will need going forward. And so how do we as parents know what to do as we work with the schools going forward? And then just other questions. This is a personal one. My daughter is hard of hearing, and talking to other parents of families of kids who are deaf and hard of hearing, you know, masks, this whole question about masks is a huge one for all schools and all kids. I know that for lots of kids, whether they're have special needs or not, it's a difficult thing to keep a mask on. It's especially much more difficult for those, some kids who are sensitive to having something on their face. And then if you're deaf or hard of hearing and you're unable to read lips, or you're unable to see the interpreter, that type of thing, I don't think has been addressed at a higher level. I think it's communities talking about it within our groups, and you know, DHH is a low incidence, but it's a huge deal to have guidance saying we should expect to use masks, but then how do you support these families? Do we have to each negotiate with our own districts to get clear masks for the people that are surrounding our kids? So I guess I'm wondering what other guidance we can expect from the state going forward. But again, thank you for all the work you guys are doing. It's really been amazing. Thank you.
Christine, to respond, I think you did a really good job outlining and highlighting all of the complex issues that remain ahead of us that we continue to try to work through. So I think from our perspective, yes, I mean, we will be issuing further guidance at some point. So part of that is going to be, as I mentioned in my portion of the presentation, awaiting guidance from the U.S. Department of Education. And what they've signaled is that it could address some of these comp ed remediation type of issues. So we'll see what they have to say about that. Even absent that, you know, you very eloquently laid out some of these real considerations when it comes to balancing, you know, health and safety, you know, priorities and guidelines versus really what that means for an individual student and whether or not they can tolerate having a mask, whether or not it's safe for them to have a mask. So these are all real legitimate questions, and we appreciate and honor that. And so we will do our best to walk through them, continue to push, continue to engage our partners in trying to find some sort of answer. It is difficult from a state level to sort of tackle some of these because a lot of it will be so individualized. And that's why we're really relying on our districts and SELPAs and charters and everybody to really work with parents. We've tried to emphasize as much as we can how critical that partnership is, but we understand that it doesn't always work like we want it to. And so that's back to Shiloh's point. That's why we're here to monitor in the cases that it doesn't. But so in short, I can say that, yes, we fully intend to provide guidance. We understand that there's so many questions that remain, and we'll do our best to pursue answers and get the information in the hands of those who need it.
And I'll be happy to jump in on the first question. And I really appreciate the question about linking the resource summaries to the CDE webpage. We are indeed in the works of creating a specific page for all information related to a response to COVID-19 that's specific to students with disabilities. That would include links to the guidance, links to the webinar, and also links to the summary resource documents. Hopefully that'll be available in the near future, and I will definitely send out an email to the commissioners once that is complete.
We have a comment from Commissioner Jocham and Commissioner Hamilton, and then I have a comment.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you for this presentation and all the hard work that the Special Ed Division has put into supporting district and SELPAs and families. You know, it's interesting because we always want the answer, right? We want is it a yes or is it a no? And often the answer that we get is it depends, or here's what we suggest. And I think that's where we struggle because we really want, like, just tell us what to do and we'll do it and we'll follow it. And so I think you know, that's been a learning opportunity for all of us as well to say we've got to just kind of figure it out on our own. And then especially with this latest guidance that's come out, when you have the CDE guidance, which has language a certain way, and then you have the Department of Public Health guidance, which language is a little bit different, and then you have your local procedures, and you have people who are picking and choosing which guidance they want to follow depending on their agenda to open schools or close schools or to pro-mask or anti-mask or anything like that. So I think that the more that we can, you know, look at really what it seemed like the CDE guidance was much more directive in terms of when we looked at it compared to the public health seemed to give us a little more flexibility, even in terms of like how many kids you put on a school bus versus CDE. And so it's just, I think the more that these agencies can maybe work together or really consider the language that they're using, because every constituent is looking at the language to determine which guidance they believe we should follow. So I appreciate, Stacy, that you said kind of we're going to hopefully have some more guidance coming out, and we're all kind of hoping that, we flatten the curve more and we're able to provide a little bit more flexibility maybe to schools to be able to bring kids back. Obviously, that's people's first priority. And then individually, we have our own issues with safety and health of individual students. But so, it's definitely been a growth opportunity for me, and I'm sure for other professionals and administrators who want an answer. Just tell me yes or no. Don't make me have to try and figure it out. So thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton.
I just wanted to say thank you also for all of the great information that you have pulled together. Your hard work is evident, and I'm excited to dig into it and learn more. I'm curious, you may have already answered this, forgive me if so, but how did you disseminate the existence of these materials to schools and to the broader public? How did you communicate, and to whom did you communicate that?
I can jump in, and Erin might have a couple things to add. So the Special Education Division, we have various listservs, and one of them is free for interested parties, parents, anybody of the public can sign up for this listserv. And so when we develop these guidance documents, we blast it out. That's the terminology we use. And so that's one way. And then we also use just our existing networks through counties, SELPA, SECO, our family empowerment centers, our parent training and information centers. We'll give them a heads up and say, please get this out in your networks. And obviously the commission is a big part of that as well. So arming you guys with this information and hoping that you'll share it as much as you can. So it's and then we do post it on our webpage as well, but it's definitely an ongoing constant challenge and it's been mentioned before in our discussion about making sure that the information that we are developing and disseminating actually gets all the way down to the people who want it and need it. So I definitely appreciate that comment. But that's generally how it works, is we do have listservs that people can sign up for, and then we'll send it out on our various listservs. And then Erin's work, I think, is relatively new. Erin, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we just sort of wrapped it up. So I'm
Your conference is already in progress. For 11 hours, 44 minutes, press pound or star to continue the conference. Otherwise, your conference will end in 1 hour, 10 minutes.
I'm hearing a voice.
Yeah, unfortunately that popped up. So I'm sorry if you could repeat that last bit.
Yeah, so Erin, I don't know if you can, I don't know that we've sent out the new resources on our listservs yet, but we will do that. I'm assuming, right?
Absolutely. As far as the webinars go, those were highly advertised, sent out through our communications division to let people know that they were taking place. Those were also live on Facebook at the same time we presented via Zoom. As far as the web page for the resource summaries, that just went live yesterday. So we are in the process of notifying all the members that participated in that. This is also, this meeting here is one of the ways that we're getting that information out to the public, and then we will certainly send out information through listservs so everybody knows that resource is available.
Awesome, thank you. I just wanted to also bring up that in the beginning, when there was more of a scramble going on, there was a lot of information, a lot of resources that were being tossed around, and I don't know if now that things, have simmered down a little bit and there doesn't seem to be so much resources being thrown at us, if there are any parts of this that we should resend out as resources to use for the fall planning that's currently taking place, just to make sure it doesn't get lost in the mix of all of the things that have previously gone around. And, I know personally as a parent, at first I started seeing resources come through and I was like, great. And then there were so many that I just kind of got overwhelmed, and it was hard to siphon through which ones, I should be looking at. So just a suggestion or a thought.
Yeah, and I appreciate that suggestion. It was one of the considerations that we took into the design of the resource summaries, because we knew that there were a lot of resources being blasted out on the web, and it just became overwhelming. So the resource summaries, their intent was that we would look at specific problems, provide some solutions, and then resources specific to that. So to help narrow down the search to information that the work group found to be very helpful in solving some of those problems. And again, with that search feature that our partners supporting inclusive practices set up, it allows people to refine their search and find something specific to their need. But definitely we should, all those resources in there are likely still relevant and can be utilized as we move forward.
I just wanted to, again, follow up and say thank you, as everyone else has, to Stacy and everyone else who's been involved in the work. I would want to message on behalf of the SIP team, recognizing that the crisis that we're going through represents an opportunity as well as we're reimagining education, and a lot of the motivation and passion the SIP team demonstrated as a result of the crisis is recognizing this window and really trying to, as we're changing things, make sure that we do not repeat the mistakes of the past in terms of adding on inclusive practices on the back end after we established the general ed practices. And so I wanted to message that on their behalf. This is an opportunity for us to make significant steps forward in inclusive practices for all of our students. The next two comments will come from Commissioner Topolin and Commissioner Hayes-White.
Hi. So I want to thank you guys again. This is very informative. Thank you very much. I know that, again, everybody's been scrambling and you guys have put some guidance together for people to follow and to give peace of mind. But I wanted to get your thoughts about timelines, because that's what we're getting all the time is about the timelines. When is this going to happen from staff, from parents, from teachers, from everybody just wondering about timelines, and that has become a big thing. We are working with parents out in the field and of course collaborating and making sure that they understand that we're focusing on the mental health of the students right now. That's our focus. However, we do get those time to time, and also from psychologists or teachers or whoever's doing, or related service providers. They're just very anxious about just what those timelines are going to look like. Is there going to be some guidance on that?
So I can offer a little bit of information. So Senate Bill 117 was legislation that sort of passed to create flexibility that the state felt was necessary for our local educational agencies to continue to serve kids. In that legislation, you'll see that there were two caveats that were attached to state special education timelines. One is the 15-day assessment timeline, and the other is the 5-day records request. And so if you read through that, there's a little bit of flexibility there, saying that maybe we're not going to adhere to those timelines so strictly given the circumstances. With that, I will say that all of the assessment timelines and the timelines under IDEA have not been waived, and so those stand as they are now. You have to balance that with the practical reality that some people aren't comfortable doing face-to-face assessments, or some professionals aren't willing to do that, and so that definitely is an issue. I'm not sure if we can, as a state, say more about that, other than the fact that that IDEA timelines are not waived at this point. So again, it's working with our partners to sort of work through what that means when you apply sort of those principles, and a lot of it is going to be a case-by-case basis, right? So as a division, we're starting to receive some complaints about timelines, and so we'll have to work through those. And a lot of it is sort of working with the LEA to say, well, what did you do in this period of time? Were you in communication with the parent? Were you basically trying your best, right? And so those are all of sort of the gray areas that we're living with, unfortunately, today. But the takeaway is that absent those two timelines in that legislation, the IDEA timelines remain.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hayes-White.
Hi. Can we, as commissioners, obtain a list of the listservs
so we don't have to look for that potential information and we can get alerted. Aaron or Stacy, is there a potential list that we can get so we can opt in to those listservs?
I think I can work on getting a list of those listservs and how to get added to them if you want, and send that out to the commissioners. Absolutely.
Usually they all come out. Sorry, this is Kristen. Usually the ACSE listserv goes out with any type of announcement that comes out. So you all are already on a listserv and should be receiving the same information that others receive.
Sorry, everybody, I'm having a little bit of computer power problems, so you'll see me trying to shuffle between two computers. I want to open it up for public comment. Aaron, is it possible for us to get the telephone number up?
Yes, we'll put up the public comment slide right now.
So commissioners, we'll just pause for a couple minutes and see if we get anybody to call in.
And we have a couple people on the line now. I just want to remind callers.
Okay, you want to go ahead?
Please introduce yourself before commenting.
Hi, my name is Robin Cowan. I'm from Irvine. First, I just want to say thank you. I can tell that everyone is invested, committed. I also want to thank the California Department of Ed for reiterating the importance of IDEA and FAPE. I'd just like to share that I'm actually the chair of our Community Advisory Committee. I represent over 100 parents and 3,000 special ed students. Parents are really wanting in this time to engage with the educators, engage with our special education department administrators. That's been the overwhelming response is how can we engage? How can we partner? How can we collaborate? So I will just share that my most positive experiences through what we're calling emergency distance learning is when I am able to actually contact our directors of special ed and have a conversation about how this has been experienced by me and my child or speaking on behalf of other families. At the beginning, it was horrible. I was spending 9.5 hours on one subject with my general ed, special ed kiddo and receiving very little support. After 20 emails and 20 days, I still was getting very little support until we escalated. So again, just that phone communication where you can hear empathy, where you can actually partner, where you can engage with one another is when the support started happening. And then I also just wanted to share that as parents of special needs kids, there is this tension between my child not getting what's on their legally required IEP, and obviously that's understandable to some extent during this time, but I'm feeling the struggle between my child needing to be in school 5 days a week and having an immune compromised kiddo, and understanding that if my child was to get this, it would be a lot more severe for him. So that's just some of the struggles, and I know I've already heard some of you share that, but I just wanted to share that we would really appreciate, again, more guidance, our district is kind of waiting for that because my perception is they're afraid to do something that's going to land in court, and I would like to be able to remove that stress from them and have that support from from CDE to our district so that they can feel empowered to support our children better.
Okay, next caller.
Hi, this is Heather DeFady. I'm representing the SELPA Administrators Association of California. And as Stacy alluded to in her presentation about the connection and communication with SELPAs and various groups, I just want to thank the Special Education Division for their ongoing collaboration. And it's a tough time. There aren't a lot of answers, and there's a lot of variability even between county public health departments, which make for a lot of differences among the state, but just so grateful for the communication and willingness to engage in those conversations with Director Wright and all of her staff. So just expressing appreciation for all of that work and communication. Thank you.
Next caller.
Hi, I'm Angie Sutherland, and I'm a parent in the Sacramento City Unified School District. I'm also a co-founder for the CAC Leadership Collaborative, which was founded in 2012 to connect CAC leaders and members across the state. We have almost 100 parent members from various CACs from approximately about 1/3 of the SELPA areas. So in our work connecting with parent leaders, we have been able to get a pulse on how things are going at the local levels. It's clear that districts seem to be handling the school closures differently, and sadly we did hear examples similar to what Commissioner Mills mentioned, with districts sending out prior written notices stating that there would be no services during the school closures. So we hope CDE is monitoring this and stopping this kind of thing from happening. Also, the communication was really lacking between the SELPAs, districts, and the CACs. Some CACs didn't receive any timely responses to be included in the planning process or to help get the information out to the community. In some cases, the SELPAs were barring or preventing the CACs from meeting virtually. And also, sadly, student learning experiences have been inconsistent and inequitable. Parents might have some kids who had regular FaceTime with their teachers, while others had little to none, and teachers only had to have office hours. So we'd like to make sure going forward that all CACs are consulted in the ongoing distance learning plans. Thank you very much.
And we have no more calls at this time.
Well, thank you everybody for this really healthy conversation. And I know everybody's eyes are wanting to know exactly how to solve all the issues moving forward. I can say that I had a Zoom meeting with 7 kindergarten moms the other day, and I asked them, what they might all think would be right for their family and their child. And I had 7 different answers, all very strongly held. And, we concluded the conversation by saying, bless those people that are trying to find the right answer, because it's going to be very challenging to find the right answer that's going to suit even a majority of people. So we'll just keep moving forward with an optimistic eye on the realities of this virus and everyone's health and everyone's safety and all of the social, emotional, and physical and educational well-being of our students in California. So thank you once again, Stacy and Aaron and all of your teams for doing all that you've done in the background, and all of us in the forefront moving forward. I'm going to move us to item 6, which is our examples from the field, and we wanted to give some indication about the plans that some people are making as we move forward. So we invited Mary Jane Burke, who's with the Marin County Superintendent of Schools. Mary Jane, are you the Marin County Superintendent of Schools? I'm not sure, it's not clear on my notes. So please introduce yourself and your team, and I will turn it over to you for your presentation.
Sure, thank you. This is John Lenz with the Marin County Office of Education, speaking today on behalf of Mary Jane Burke. And I just wanted to start off by thanking you for this opportunity to share a little bit about our journey as we work to return to on-site instruction for the students we serve. But before we get deeper into that, I just want to make sure, looking at your agenda, I see that it's lunchtime. So I want to make sure everyone's comfortable. If you want to eat while we're presenting, we strongly encourage that. So just sit back, make yourself comfortable. If you need a bite to eat, get a bite to eat. And I promise, because you're well over your agenda, we will take only our 15 minutes to share our story. We're leaving 5 minutes at the end for questions. And hopefully you can learn a little bit from our experience. So with that said, today I have with me Mike Grant, a director at the Marin County Office of Education, and Cindy Evans, a special education teacher with the Marin County Office of Education. Next slide, please. We have broken our experience. I just want to say that we've learned so much in this work into 4 parts. And this is really going to be kind of the elevator story for you. We've been doing this work since March, and it's a constant daily learning process. And so we just took kind of 4 big points that we wanted to share. The first is what's guiding this work. The second is what is the cornerstone of the work? The third is how do we plan and get started, and what does this actually look like at school? And then lastly is lessons learned. So next slide. Our North Star, and we use the term North Star because, as you know, these are unprecedented times and uncharted territory. So we're looking off into the horizon and we see the bright light, and this is what is guiding our work. And what that is for us is that we believe that for distance learning, some students, it's working really well, but for some students, it's not. And we found that the distance learning model did not provide the access that our students need. And we at the Marin County Office of Education serve students with moderate to severe educational needs. And we did not feel like their needs could be effectively addressed in the remote learning environment. We believed they needed to be physically present at school, and we wanted to work to create conditions where we could safely support students being at school. Next slide, please. So the goal of this work was really simple. It's two things. We want to serve the students with the greatest needs, and knowing that these are unprecedented times and we're doing all this together, we want to make sure that everything that we developed or we made part of this work, that we would share it widely. So that was kind of our ultimate goal as we work to return to on-site instruction. So next slide, please. Our foundational concepts are really grounded in three areas. First, public health. The safety of our students and staff is a cornerstone, and it guides everything. So we are lockstep with public health, and it really creates that foundation. Next, we knew we had to take it slow. We needed to do it in small, measurable steps. Although we know how to do school, this school is very different, so a slow rollout was going to be essential. And then lastly, we believe that the methodology that we are implementing works to lower exposure and allows for the ability to effectively track and trace exposure if an individual becomes symptomatic. So those three things were really at the cornerstone of this work, and then it set us on our way. Next slide. So it brings us to implementation, and Mike Grant now is going to walk us through what implementation looked like with that kind of laying the groundwork.
Thank you, John. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity. So setting the plan in motion was really based on experience supporting the emergency pop-up childcare for frontline healthcare workers. That after a period of time also expanded to include first responders and disaster services workers, and eventually all essential workers. But right out the gate, when the shelter in place started, the Office of Emergency Services knew that we had to find a place for the children of our disaster service workers. And so we worked with several school districts in our county and private child care providers to open up pop-up child care centers. And so that really has been kind of the experience that got us in motion. We realized that we needed to be sequential, cautious, and deliberate in our approach. We wanted to not do it fast, but to do it right. We basically, in the prior agenda item, there was a lot of talk about the overwhelming amount of information that's coming from our guiding agencies. And so a big part of our work has been to read and research every day new information, changing guidance, and do everything we can to condense it and articulate it into digestible information, specific and helpful to schools. And through that, to develop guiding plans and FAQs that our school community could look at and understand. The training really was a matter of going over our guiding documents that we created and then addressing the frequently asked questions. And of course, the identification and procurement of essential protective equipment or personal protective equipment, which is in some cases hard to find. Next slide, please. So the first phase really was to reopen our office fully. We were never closed from the day that the shelter in place went into effect. Our superintendent's office has been here every day. Other critical functions, IT, business office, maintenance and operations has been here every day. But a large chunk of our MCOE office was working remotely, and we knew if we were going to open up our school programs that we needed to make sure our office was fully operational and serving as a model. Just a week or two into the pop-ups, we knew that we had a model that could work well in special education. And so, you know, the opening of we got this office opened in 4 waves, and then we targeted a date to open special education, alternative education cohorts. And by May 26th, we had 8 cohorts open. Next slide, please, John. So phase 2 just started a few days ago. That's using what we learned in our spring pilot programs to open up our extended school year programs. We have 8 cohorts open today. There will probably be about another 25 cohorts that open next week. And of course, this is all leading towards how we can get our kids back in the classroom in the safest possible way, starting in the fall. Next slide, please, John. So the cohort structure is really kind of been our guiding light. And it all emanates from a March 13th public health advisory. It was a 1.5-page document that we basically went deep into and helped us create a pop-up childcare program that has expanded into our special ed and alternative ed programs. And the essence of it is it's stable groups of 12 kids and stable staff, and the staff and the students don't mix. And honestly, it's worked. And I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. So there is so much that we don't know about this new world of COVID-19. It can be paralyzing. And there was discussion about everyone is it's hard to take a step forward. So we decided to really focus on what we know and what we knew we could do. And we also knew, and we knew that many students' needs aren't being met, that the parents are all in, parents are ready to get their kids back in the classroom. We did a survey, an overwhelming number of parents are ready. It would not be it would not be understating to say our superintendent has Dr. Matt Willis, our public health officer's number on speed dial, and she's in communication with him every day, if not multiple times a day. And the same thing with our deputy health officer, Dr. Lisa Santora. There are champions, there are partners. And as of today, and the data on this slide is a little bit stale, but as of today, in 67 days of operation, we have 3,810 examples of student days in a cohort, in a special ed, in an alternative education classroom, and that equates to 703 cohort days. In that period of time, there has been positive COVID students who tested positive for COVID, and we've had to shut down a cohort without having to shut down a site. We've had to cancel 18 cohort days. It's less than 3%. So it's a model that we know now is working and works in terms of being able to have kids on site. We know that medically fragile students may not be able to participate, and that it is really not up to us or the parents necessarily, but it is something that the doctor, we need doctors' approvals or release. We also know that remote or hybrid learning models will continue to be a part of the landscape in some way in the future, for example, when a cohort needs to close. Okay, John, next slide. And so finally, starting small is good. The first, after all of the tension and pressure and anxiety in planning of opening the pop-up childcare programs, the first day we had 11 kids show up in 3 cohorts. We literally had a cohort of 2, a cohort of 3, a cohort of 6. Everyone said, "Oh, it's great to be back. The kids are back. This is going to work." We know that student transportation is going to be a central logistical challenge and opportunity. And we know that there's going to be continue to be unknowns. And so a small step is to just open a cohort, and you learn and you grow from there. And I think with that, John, next slide, and I hand it back to you.
Thanks, Mike. So we'll take the next slide, please. So we know that these are unprecedented times and we had to take measured step. And as you know, our ultimate goal was the focus on students and serving them the best way possible. But as we got into that work, we soon realized that equal attention needed to be paid to the adults and not just the students. There was, as you can imagine, a very high level of anxiety. So we started developing procedures guided by public health for operations at the office to work to bring our adults at the office back first. And then we worked with staff and parents around our health protocols and procedures, and we constantly sought feedback. So many times during these discussions and trainings, we found ourselves saying, great question, we didn't think of that. And we needed these multiple perspectives to inform our practices. And then these discussions provided valuable information to make our protocols even stronger. And we knew going into this, as you can imagine, that there would be high levels of anxiety because the return to on-site instruction and school would be different. Next slide, please. And different it was. So as you can imagine, there was no more parents walking students into class for drop-off, no more volunteers or classroom visitors. There was, as I heard you talk earlier, staff would have coverings on their face. I mean, this is just a very different experience. Hand washing would be part of the day like it never was before. And this is all before you get into the classroom even. So this is just really at drop off. So in the classroom itself is also very different. Next slide, please. And Cindy Evans, our special education teacher, I think has the most important perspective and experience to share regarding this work, specifically what this looks like in the classroom and working with students. So Cindy, could you share, please?
Yes, thank you, John, and thank you everyone for listening to our experience and story. So I was impressed that the pop-up childcares were working. Mary Jane was talking about how successful they were and that we need to open up our classrooms. And I was in agreement with that. And so I had lots of contact with the parents of my students, and they were very distraught about the situation. And our academics are usually our more functional skills, independent skills, communication skills. So teaching our students, our type of students at home is very, very challenging. So one evening I was having a conversation with the parent of one of my students, and
Your conference is already in progress. For 12 hours, 14 minutes, press pound or
Muted.
star to continue
Unmuted.
the conference. Otherwise, your conference will end in 45 minutes.
Okay. Are we still here?
We're still here.
So after having a discussion with one of the parents who felt like she was a failure, her daughter is as a one-to-one assistant in the classroom. So you can imagine how it would be her trying to teach her daughter at home who's nonverbal, who has a limited, her gait is unstable. She needs OT therapy, physical therapy, occupational therapy. And this parent felt like a failure. And so I really felt like I wanted to help out in any way I could. So I contacted Mary Jane and said I really would love to open up my classroom. So they started the task force that John and Mike have been just talking about. And we took my classroom apart and decluttered it. Our tables were much more closely together. We took out 2 tables, we separated the desks, we got rid of things that were on the counter, and we could have the next slide. Another picture of my classroom. We also gave each student their own materials, so they didn't have to share anything. And if they did have to share any materials, we had a bin where the dirty items would go. We'd clean them up at the end of the day, along with the entire classroom before and after the students arrived. Next slide, please. So you can see this is a the example of my classroom kind of before and after. little bit. We had to be creative with keeping the physical distance, or as we call it, personal space. We'd already been teaching personal space like from the beginning of the year before any of this happened. And so it was kind of easy to talk about that a lot. And students wore masks if it was tolerable. And the teachers did all day long. We created these little borders around the desks so people could have their own personal space, and they gave names to their spaces to and remind them that they need to keep their physical distance and personal space. And that really worked out wonderfully. I was so pleased how well it worked. First day that students came in, they were so excited to be there. They just jumped right back into their routine. The parents were so excited and happy also that they could finally have their students in a space where they could actually be learning those functional life skills, the social skills, the communication skills, despite having our personal space for distance. The next slide, please. I think that might be it for me.
And that's mine, Cindy. Thank you for sharing. And so as you can imagine, to get to the classroom experience to the point that Cindy just shared, it took a significant amount of planning. We didn't just open our classroom doors. As you've heard, we worked in collaboration with public health, and communication was the key all along the way, both with parents and staff. And the most common questions that we received as we engage in this work, next slide, please, is how do you screen students and staff? And this is an example. It's just a four-part questionnaire. And these are guided by the public health. It was utilized at the pop-up child care centers. And in short, I mean, it asks, you can read what it says, but in short, if you endorse yes to any of those questions, then we're notifying public health. And if you're sick, we encourage staff and students to stay home, obviously. Next slide, please. So questions, challenges, and unknowns. So, I mean, as you know, this is a very fluid and dynamic situation, and we are working to be as responsive as we can be when conditions change, but there are still so many unknowns. So, for example, for us, how many students can be in a cohort? It remains very fluid. The lowest number in our county was 12, and as that number increases, we're hoping that we can work or create conditions that will support supporting more students in the classroom. And then, as you know, IEPs have many moving parts, and related service providers are a huge part of service delivery. And so we're constantly working and considering how these services can be delivered under this model. And we recently received locally information from our public health officer that will make service delivery, we believe, more manageable. And then I think lastly, the toughest nut to crack in all of this has been transportation. And that's where we've had to be really creative. It's been a challenge, no doubt. But when I sit back and think about it, this is what special educators do. Every colleague I've ever worked with in special education has been an outside the box thinker. And this situation is no different. We are, as you know, provided with a set of conditions, and then we work to adapt and modify to permit access. And so that's what we're doing in this situation. So I think we have the tools to find the solutions. Next slide, please. So takeaways, probably the most important thing, right? And so I think it sounds cliche, but every journey begins with a single step. And that's what we've learned with this. We were fortunate enough to be part of the pop-up childcare centers, and this experience allowed us to see how to provide direct services to students in a safe way. It provided the framework, and we moved towards the goal of in a very strategic manner. And we learned so much, as you can see, along the way. And when we started this journey, we did it with the intent to share our experience with the hope that others would take what we started and adapt it for their local conditions and needs. And if nothing else, our experience could serve as a starting point for their journey. Next slide, please. And that kind of takes us to the end, where we have, with that goal in mind, we developed a website that contains all of the procedures, protocols, and resources and trainings related to this work. It's designed, and I'm very biased, but to be user-friendly and one-stop shopping for everything related to returning to on-site instruction. And so it has everything that we discussed today and more is available on the website, and the address is right there. Next slide. And so that concludes our journey for today. And now we'll open it up for any questions the commissioners might have.
Well, thank you. I love the first comment that initially someone said that you felt that you'd landed upon some positive results and answers and were developing confidence within the first 2 weeks. Because when I look back on those first 2 weeks, I think we were all just still running around in circles, trying to solve 1,000 problems a day. So I think it's really exciting that you found yourself in a place of being able to build confidence, initially. I think that probably portended really well for some future decisions that you were making. And thank you very much for sharing them today. I'm going to ask if there's any questions or comments from commissioners. So I see Gina has her hand up.
Thanks so much. I just want to say thank you to John and Mike and Cindy for the presentation. 2 quick things. I just want to say that the EdSource article that came out that talked about your program came out at such a perfect time. I felt like there was a wave of, oh my gosh, this is too hard, that was sort of happening, and this wave was coming across the state, and your article showed up and just demonstrated in such easy to understand language that there's some ways that this can be done, and you did it in collaboration with the parents and other stakeholders in your community. So thank you for that. Oh, I don't know if I'm having Wi-Fi issues. Can you still hear me? Oh, yeah, okay. The second thing, in your resources, you talked about a screening form. Do you also have a screening form for a quick mental health screening that teachers can use?
We have not developed that yet, but that is an area of focus right now. Is what we're looking at is what we can do to support mental health and wellness as we transition back. No question.
Nice. Okay, great. Thank you. I mean, there are a ton of resources out there, but we struggle to find one that's sort of a quick, for the general ed teacher, a quick, easy process that they can use to assess those SEL functions. So
yeah, so we're also looking for a validated screening tool for those same purposes, and we will share it on our website if we find it.
Nice.
No question.
Thank you, guys.
So I just wanted to say thank you to you, John, Mike, and Cindy, for being so willing to share your experiences with us today. And there were 2 points that I wanted to make, particularly around continuous improvement. Although you didn't talk about it during the presentation, just listening to you, you can hear all of the components of an effective continuous improvement process, relying on data, the collaboration. And so I think it's important as we see bright spots that we recognize that it's still built on the same foundation that the state has been rowing towards and moving towards all along. And then also I wanted to highlight the other piece that John and the team really emphasize in terms of being a model and example so that other folks can see what's possible. And so your willingness to take calculated risk on behalf of students and being open to feedback as everyone kind of crowdsources the information you shared, it really is going to be a contribution to a number of agencies during this time. So thank you. And I see April has a comment she'd like to share.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. One question I had was, a document that came out in our district is when they encourage parents to keep their kids home when they're sick. A lot of the documents that I see out, it says encouraging. I had one of the teachers indicate when everything was starting to close, how she had told the bus to drive by one parent's house and not stop because the parent kept sending their sick kid to school. So I think that's a lot of parents' concern that when parents are sending their kids to school, even if it's a cold, sometimes they need to go to work. So that's a big issue that who's going to take care of my kid if I have to go to work and I need to get paid? I mean, those are a lot of issues to think about. And the other thing is taking their temperature. I saw something else encouraging parents to take their kids' temperature. Well, that's not always going to happen. And so are we, considering or looking at the districts or the teachers to take everyone's temperature as they come into the school? Those are other things that that I think about when I send my kid to school and concerns.
Mike, did you want to speak to that and our procedures and protocols and experiences related to that?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. It's a great question. And I agree that encouraging is too soft, and expected, required to keep your child home if they're sick is better language. We have been taking temperatures every day, both at the pop-up child care programs and the special education and alternative education programs. In truth, we've never sent a student home because their temperature was too high, but if they did have a temperature over 100.4, they would be sent home. There's been a couple staff temperatures that were too high and were sent home, but it's been part of our process. I know it gets challenging when you go to, back to school in the fall. Do we have the capacity to take everybody's temperature? But right now, the answer is we do that.
Commissioner Hayes-White.
Thank you. I'm a professor, and my question is regarding teacher training and preparation. What does your ongoing professional development plan look like for teachers, regardless if they are in a cohort, teaching a cohort, or maybe your hybrid model? What does that ongoing professional development look like for your teachers?
Are you talking related to the health and safety protocols, or just pedagogy and instruction?
Regarding instruction and health and safety during COVID.
Oh, okay, great. So we did a lot when we started out this journey. We did a lot really quick because everyone had to pivot to get our teachers well versed on some technology and tools they had not used before. And so we did kind of creating that foundation of understanding. But then we also were working concurrently to develop these pilots. And so what we needed to do was to make sure that everyone was well versed kind of in both areas, so we could easily pivot if we needed to. And then we also, if we're returning to just direct instruction, we have just our regular professional development schedule related to that. And so we don't think that there will be a lot of instructional support needed there, but where we're spending our time is with the health and safety protocols. So before anyone can return to class and provide services to students, they need to be trained on the health and safety protocols, no question. Anything you wanted to add to that, Mike?
No, I think that covered it. We've been doing Zoom trainings for all of our instructional staff and paraeducators and secretarial staff. All the school site staff have been attending a series of Zoom trainings to address the protocols and then to answer questions.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Hello, thank you so much. It looks like you guys have really had a really good, well thought out plan. You did mention that some of the medically fragile students wouldn't be able to return to the classroom and would continue with distance learning. And I'm wondering if you have already implemented that distance learning with them and how you're integrating them into the classrooms and the various logistics around that.
Yeah, so yes, we have started, and we're using the IEP process to do that. We're looking at the health plans and the doctor's order related to that, and then we're implementing as appropriate. So we're moving those students to, and we're not really calling it distance learning. We're looking at more of a home and hospital instruction because we have doctor's orders guiding that. And then as we typically do with home and hospital, we are permitting access into the classroom because we have on-site classes happening. What we're doing is we're able to have the students access that through video. So we use a lot of technology so they can actually participate in the class as it's happening in real time, but from the home setting. So then we're supplementing that obviously with more traditional distance learning approaches, but because we've returned to on-site, we're now able to tap into that, whereas previously we weren't able to do that. So that's our plan moving forward.
Thank you. And on your website, do you detail some of that technology that you're utilizing for videoing into classrooms?
I don't think we have it specifically indicated, but we could absolutely add that for sure.
Great.
Mike, make note of that.
Thank you so much to Marin County. Your generosity is being well received. You can tell by our commissioners, and I'm sure lots of people in the public. Aaron, if you could pop up the slide for the telephone number for any public comments, and then we will make sure we hear those.
Before we go to public comment, Commissioner Salmonson had a comment.
Okay.
I can wait or defer. We can wait till public comment, or maybe we're going to wait a couple of minutes for public comment. I just wanted to say thank you to Marin County. It is not easy in any time, and especially in times like these, to be brave and vulnerable and transparent and to just take a step forward. I think you said it perfectly in the beginning, where you can feel paralyzed of not knowing how to take a step forward. And I don't think that any of us have the playbook or the answers. And I don't think those will come unless we get out there and we really try and fail forward and really try to make those adjustments and share with each other the work. And so I just wanted to say thank you for that bravery and thank you for sharing. And I think that if we all take a step forward, it's not okay to do nothing in these times. We have to do something. So just thank you so much for sharing, and I just really appreciate the effort.
And we have our first caller.
Hi, this is Heather DeFady from the Self-Administrators Association of California. And I just want to thank Marin County as well. As we all, the charters and the school districts across the state moved into distance learning on a dime, we really didn't have guidance. And I just want to thank Marin County for being so generous with sharing their resources and their time as we are beginning to plan for reopening. And having a guide to do that work is really appreciated. You know, each of us will be following our own county public health orders as when we can implement these procedures, but it's nice to have someone who's so open and generous with their resources, and we're grateful for that. Thank you.
There are no other calls at this time.
Okay, well, thank you again, Marin County. It was a pleasure hearing about the steps that you've taken and your leadership. We really appreciate it. The commissioners, we are late for lunch. I'm sorry for keeping you from whatever you have planned. Let's take 30 minutes, get back at 1:20, and then see how our afternoon unfolds. I think we'll be able to make up some time so we can have our end time be what we expected it to be. But go ahead, don't sign out of this Zoom meeting, but just go ahead and take your video down and then mute yourself and enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back at 1:20. Thank you so much.
Hey, everyone.
I can call us back to order and hope you all had a really nice lunch, quick as it was. We'll get through, looks like we have 2 or 3 more items on the agenda, and then that will be our June meeting for ACSE this year. So let's move right into item 7, which is our parent and family perspective and our empowerment centers. And they want to discuss the change that distance learning has had from the family and the parent perspective. You're sensing a theme in this meeting, as well as discuss practices that we should consider moving forward. So we have, I think, a couple different people here. Who am I passing it to? Aaron, who am I passing it to as their lead?
It's going to be to Anna De Silva from Westside Family Resource and Empowerment Center, Cindy Chandler from Family Soup, and Steve Diamond from Matrix Parent Network and Resource Center.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to pass it to Anna and look forward to hearing what she has to say. Hi, Anna.
Hello, thank you. We will be turning off video to reduce the distraction. But thank you and good afternoon. My name is Anna De Silva, and we really appreciate the opportunity for family empowerment centers to share experiences we have heard from families during the COVID pandemic. Cindy Chandler, Steve Diamond, and I are from different empowerment centers, and today we are representing all of the family empowerment centers statewide. We will provide a brief overview of family empowerment centers to give a glimpse of the work we do for those of you who might not be familiar. Then we will share what we have heard from families on what has been working for them, their current challenges that they have shared, and how family empowerment centers have responded. And finally, we will have a few recommendations. Next slide, please. I will now turn it over to Cindy Chandler, who is going to give a brief overview of the family empowerment centers.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to share critical input from our families on the recent distance learning chapter of the COVID pandemic. The 14 Family Empowerment Centers, the FECs, provide training and information to families of children and young adults between the ages of 3 and 22. The Family Empowerment Centers were established in 2001 with Senate Bill 511 to offer specialized training, peer-to-peer support, system navigation, and information and referral services. We support families, students, teachers, and educators, and we continue to work towards statewide FEC coverage for all parents of children with disabilities in California. FECs are parent-led nonprofit organizations that help parents better understand their child's educational and developmental needs and to effectively communicate with service providers. We support the IEP process, participate in school reform and improvement activities, promote alternative dispute resolution, and facilitate positive relationships between parents and professionals. We serve and support all families on their journey from concerns about their child's development to assessment and the IEP process. Our staff assists families as they navigate through what can be a very complex and now ever-changing special education service system. We also provide guidance and referral to families seeking access to related community supports such as medical, community resources, and agencies. And as you know, families face multiple and complex issues and concerns for their child with a disability. Family empowerment centers facilitate communication and dialogue between parents and LEAs, and they serve as a bridge between families and schools. This ongoing communication helps keep the conversation going and goes a long way to maintain or improve relationships by staying student outcome focused. We also work closely with the SELPA to resolve conflicts early and at the lowest level. Each center is unique and services vary based on the needs of the community. 5 of the empowerment centers are also parent training information centers and offer additional expanded services. Next slide, please. So here is a map of the family empowerment centers to give you an idea of where they are located in California. So that's the shaded parts. And unfortunately, where they are not due to lack of legislative funding, so it looks like over half the state. You can find a map with contact information to the family empowerment centers at the Seeds of Partnership website at seedsofpartnership.org under the Family Empowerment Center section. Next slide, please. And now Anna is going to share about the outreach FECs have been doing recently and a few family stories. Anna? Anna?
I'm sorry, I was talking to myself. Although our centers have been physically closed, we continue to support families via phone, email, or through video conference to provide IEP support through Zoom meetings and clinics. Also resources and referrals, assisting with basic and complex needs. FECs help families learn how to use online platforms, as well as offer webinars, online trainings, newsletters, and resources on their Facebook pages. They also called families to see how they were doing and hosted support groups on a variety of topics, including COVID-19 and distance learning. Staff were available to listen to concerns, brainstorm ideas, and just be that shoulder to lean on. During this time, we have noticed an increase in the number of parents interested in participating in webinars, information center sessions, and support groups. In some regions, attendance has doubled. We have also seen a tremendous increase in the use of recorded materials posted through social media platforms. We thought we'd share a couple of examples on our fellow FEC's experiences in the recent work with families. A single mom of 4 children, all with disabilities, wept with tears of gratitude as she repeatedly thanked a parent advisor from Matrix for the box of disposable masks and a gallon of hand sanitizer that were delivered to her in collaboration with the State Council on Developmental Disabilities. Another example came from Rawl FEC in Northern California, as they assisted a parent who was struggling to prepare for a mediation meeting. Together, they developed an outline and sent it on the parent's behalf to the SELPA director and the special education director to share mom's concerns about her daughter. After her meeting, mom expressed that she was relieved to have the support in preparation for the meeting and felt that her concerns were addressed and that she finally felt heard. Finally, a dad of a son with autism was struggling to connect with his son, especially with school closures. The Plumas FEC staff provided Dad with resources, including community resources on how to obtain a free fishing license for people with disabilities. It was beautiful to receive an update from that dad on his excitement in spending time and connecting with his son while fishing. These are just a few of the positive experiences our FECs have been part of these past few months. Next slide, please. Now we'll turn it over to Steve Diamond, who is going to talk about what we have heard from families.
So we were asked to collect, compile, and present to you information about the parent and family perspective of how things have been going during the shelter in place. Information was gathered from a multitude of FECs across California, and although not every parent and family member provided responses, there were significant trends that emerged, which we've highlighted here. Let's start with what's been working. Creativity and flexible options and choices were critically important for navigating the shelter in place. Academic curriculum was adjusted and flexible, including flexibility on due dates for the assignments, as well as different options for online learning and use of other online platforms. Creative ways of completing the lessons were utilized, such as cooking activities, reading newspapers for a reading assignment, or engaging in other lessons in an outdoor setting rather than in a classroom setting. IEP goals were embedded into daily activities, and in some districts, parents and family members were able to receive one-on-one support through Zoom from educators and other support professionals. Furthermore, taking breaks and going at one's own pace was very important during this time. And it was really critical to take care of people's health and well-being, as well as focusing on the academics. So if you consider the typical classroom environment, it's generally one way of completing the assignment. Maybe if you're lucky, you have 2 options for how to complete the assignment. But certainly it doesn't provide the same flexibility as when you're at home and you can do fun things like cooking or games to still absorb the information. So many families also shared that developing an individualized structure and routine was helpful and effective during this time. Parents were using visual cues and other visual representations of the schedule to help keep their students and their kids on track. Parents also set up specific learning environments within the household that were tailored to that individual's needs to help them focus on the assignments. The daily structure also included flexibility, as I had mentioned before, to include breaks or other options for how to absorb the information. So again, let's consider the typical classroom environment where there's an emphasis on conformity to a specific set of classroom norms and rules that doesn't allow for taking breaks or doing science or math assignments in the afternoon instead of the morning, if that's how somebody learns most effectively. Those options aren't necessarily available in the typical classroom setting. So another area of strength during the shelter in place was proactive and ongoing communication. There were some interactions with educators happening through Zoom. There was very proactive outreach from parents to seek out the support and resources that were needed in the household. LEAs responded to special education concerns, again, through use of Zoom and other online options. There were frequent webinars provided by CDE that addressed not just what's needed from the educators and teachers, but also from the parents. And in the past, families may have only received updates during IEP meetings, whereas now there were other options of email, phone call, Zoom meeting, other possibilities for how to get updates about what was happening academically for their children. One of the most critically important areas to be mindful of was access to support and resources, and many parents and families expressed some improvement in this area. Parents were seeking support for their mental health concerns, their social and emotional needs, and not just trying to hold everything in on their own shoulders and self-isolating. Parents were more aware of the needs of their children because they had front row seats to how their children were responding to the academic requirements. And families who had multiple adults available were sharing some responsibility for providing distance learning and engaging their children in the distance learning. For school districts who had food programs that they were able to provide to give families access to food and beverages, those were highlighted as a real area of strength and support during this time. And also, families felt like they were being given some guidance on where to go to access resources in the community, where they historically may not have been given that guidance. Some support staff were even able to reach out to students and support them on completion of the tasks, the curriculum, and the assignments. And there were also some school districts that were able to provide learning materials, supplies, and some level of tech support to families who desperately needed it. Next slide, please. So there were also significant challenges that were identified during the shelter in place. The ability to balance all the adjustments that were needed was extremely challenging during this time. You had parents who were balancing their own careers and their own work responsibilities, the already high demand of parenting their children, and then also were being asked to be teachers and now suddenly teach their students with all the different curriculum, all the different assignments. Many parents and family members felt unqualified to actually teach the curriculum to their children because they didn't have the training or guidance to be able to provide that. This difficulty in balancing these many needs and high demands led to an increase in stress, overwhelm, and emotional support needs. For some families, that need to balance was so overwhelming that ultimately they were forced to put academics to the side because they had too many other demands and needs that needed to be met. In addition to all of that, there's missing a sense of community. So when you're part of a school, a classroom, a certain environment that has an identity, you have a certain feeling of connection to that community. When people were doing distance learning from home, some of that sense of community was lost and was missing. There was also a lack of access to extracurricular activities and the ability for students to engage socially and learn the developmental social skills that one would typically learn when interacting in person with peers. And finally, the inability to utilize community resources such as libraries also reduced the ability of families and students to engage in the distance learning. Despite the previous strength of proactive and ongoing communication, there were also many reports of unclear and inconsistent messaging to parents and families from CDE, school districts, and LEAs. Many families reported receiving communication from, say, their special education providers, but not the general education providers, or vice versa, rather than hearing from both sides to get a full picture of the academic needs and what was being provided. As far as the expectations of distance learning, there wasn't a clear picture that was being provided to parents and family members about here's what the distance learning expectations are, here's how this will be implemented. There were mixed messages there. And there were also many concerns about IEP services that either were not being provided or IEP goals that couldn't be met during this time. LEAs were not providing clear direction about the process for distance learning. And we know that when people don't have a clear idea of what to expect, it leads to increased stress, anxiety, struggle, and conflict. Some school districts were implementing distance learning in different ways than others, so it was very district by district as far as how the distance learning was implemented and what options were available to students. And in some cases, teachers were communicating directly with students, but not necessarily including parents in that discussion, which made it challenging for parents to provide support to their child and help them engage in the distance learning to meet the academic goals. So many concerns about academic and developmental regression. As we talk about distance learning and expectations varying from district to district, we need to keep in mind that not every community has the same access to technology and resources, so we need to look at concerns regarding equity and understanding. Students with moderate to severe disability or special need struggled with distance learning and did not have in-person support from educators and paraprofessionals. Parents expressed feeling more isolated than they already felt due to fewer supports and fewer opportunities to connect with other parents who may be experiencing similar circumstances. Instructional materials were not all translated into the appropriate languages to support thorough understanding, and that created further barriers to engaging in distance learning and keeping up with the academic expectations. Some families couldn't create specific learning spaces, specifically if there were multi-generational families living within a smaller household. They couldn't create that individualized environment that we spoke of earlier. Furthermore, living in one of the most expensive areas in the country, many families were struggling just to have their basic needs met, such as shelter and food, and this struggle increased the stress, anxiety, and potential for conflict. Additionally, during the shelter in place, many families struggled to maintain employment and continue to have enough income to support the family's basic needs. And because of all of these limits, the parents didn't necessarily have the time that was necessary to dedicate to support their child in the academic schoolwork. Not all communities have the same resources available and the same opportunities to utilize distance learning technology such as Zoom and other platforms. So they couldn't all engage in the webinars and the other options that were being put forth by CDE. Even if the families were able to access the platforms, there wasn't training that was provided on how to actually use the technology and how to most effectively engage with others through that technology. So that led to some additional challenges as well. And if we consider generational trauma and how that would impact families during this time, how economic inequality is impacting underserved communities, and how COVID-19 disproportionately impacts certain communities more than others, expecting all families to complete the same curriculum without accommodating those specific needs is somewhat ineffective and unrealistic. As far as meaningful individualized learning, that was a significant challenge as well. The issues regarding access to technology and the internet, and having an internet at a level that can handle the Zoom platform, prevented families from having access to the support that they needed. Focus was very challenging for several students regarding being able to engage with the curriculum while also having all the distraction of online options and different websites. Limited options for participating in distance learning definitely impacted some districts more than others. So again, there's a disparity between the resources that are available by school district. Curriculum that was provided for distance learning may or may not have been rigorous enough. We'll need to see how that looks once we all return to the classroom to make sure that students are maintaining grade level and not experiencing academic regression. And some students are not receiving the services that were needed through the IEP, and then these fears of the regression are exponentially increased because full assessments and evaluations could not be completed to really get a better sense of what the student was needing individually. Overall, we saw that the inequities that already existed for people with disabilities, underserved communities, and families from a variety of geographical areas and cultural backgrounds were amplified during these past few months. The good news is we do have recommendations to address these needs and challenges. Bridging the gap in communication is critical. We've talked about communication and the difference. Oh, sorry. Yeah, next slide, please. We've talked about the different barriers and challenges in different communities and the communication concerns. So those are the types of things that need to be addressed moving forward to improve the system that we have in place. So an increase in equity and access is a great starting point to make sure people have access to the technology and that they know how to use the technology. Making sure that interpretation services are present for meetings. Providing individualized support for families, whether that's virtually or in person. Having consistent office hours that are predictable and being made available to parents and families. Provide parents with ongoing information and communication. Ensuring that stakeholders have a voice that is heard and that any meetings and conversations that occur are always student and family focused and inclusive of the needs of families from a variety of backgrounds and circumstances. Creating opportunities for two-way communication and collaboration. And that includes utilizing a variety of methods for communication. So we know that some people respond or prefer email, others might prefer phone call or text message. So making sure that we're accounting for those preferences when we're trying to engage someone in communication about academics or anything related to their student. Also, an increased partnership with FECs, PTIs, and other organizations that are best equipped to facilitate communication and support parents and families and their relationships with educators. These organizations are specifically focused on how to engage parents and families and make sure that they are able to do the same with the systems that serve them and the educators who are providing services to their children. Also, making sure that there's sufficient coordination with social services so that families' needs are met, academic and also non-academic, and making sure that the social skills and social emotional needs are all addressed. Increased opportunities for community support, extracurricular activities, and other engagement and services that would promote social well-being and emotional well-being are also critical. And we know that, unfortunately, we will be seeing residual effects from this shelter in place and from the COVID-19 pandemic. We're going to see delayed responses and reactions from parents, families, and students from everything they've been going through for the past few months. So it's important to provide access and opportunity to engage with behavior, consultation, and also counseling as we think about reopening and bringing everyone back to the classroom setting. We also need to ensure that there's adequate support and resources for developing these transition plans. So if you consider a family who has someone in the family with a compromised immune system, or families who are experiencing a trauma response from all of the past things that have happened over the last few months and generationally within their families. We need to ensure that the transition plan accommodates the needs of these individuals and again, tries to have some flexibility and some options for these families as opposed to just throwing everyone back into the classroom and saying, now we need to meet these classroom expectations. We have to accommodate for what people have been through and really support them with everything they're thinking and feeling. Training is another huge area that has come up with the parents and families. Training, and that's across the board, training for parents, training for students, training for teachers, the ability to use these programs, Zoom, and many others that are helping people access distance learning. It's one thing to have access to the platform, it's another to know how to use it effectively. Also ensuring that parents know how to be teachers. Parents do a lot to support their students and their children, but they don't necessarily know how to teach this science subject or this specific academic topic to their child. So making sure that there are some pointers and tips for how parents can teach the curriculum. CDE providing regular updates would be very important to make sure that two-way communication is happening. And also including some level of curriculum or training or guidance related to self-care, physical, and emotional well-being. So that could take the form of DBT or mindfulness skills, trauma-informed practices, cultural awareness, or any number of others that really support individuals and families in those areas. And also encouraging parents to document what works and what doesn't, and keep a list together where they can provide that feedback to the teachers, the educators, the trainers, and that feedback can be incorporated into future trainings and future communication. As far as flexibility and options, it would be great after seeing what has worked through this pandemic to have some level of options for online learning as well as in person, and to be able to accommodate a variety of learning styles. We know that some people learn very hands-on, other people utilize technology, some people are very good with a lecture format. So making sure that there's some flexible options there to accommodate those different styles. And then a clear and updated policy, process, and practice. So that includes things like health and safety. Are people supposed to be wearing masks? What does it look like with PPE, hand washing, mealtime procedures, etc.? Using what's been learned during this time to develop a procedure for any future incidents that may come up. So if we have a second wave, or if we, for whatever reason, need to go back to distance learning, making sure it's more clear. Making sure parents have the information and can set up regular meetings with their IEP teams, with their educators. Making sure everyone knows how to use virtual technology. And then also making sure that there's training and guidance and again, a clear plan and policy for how everything will be implemented that's more unified across multiple school districts as opposed to individual district to district. Any possible solutions should remain focused on addressing the needs of families from all cultural backgrounds and socioeconomic statuses to increase the educational benefit for as many students as possible. So in closing, we want to thank you for taking this time to prioritize hearing the perspective and the voice of parents and families. We want to thank you for taking the time to work towards meeting the needs of the parents, families, students, and educators in the special education system. If it takes a village to raise and educate a child under typical circumstances, then it takes a wide variety of agencies, ongoing communication and collaboration, additional shared knowledge and understanding, and a community-wide effort to improve relationships and improve service delivery in order to educate children in times of increased stress and anxiety. This is just the beginning step towards ongoing improvement in special education. FECs and other related organizations will continue to support parents and families in accessing resources and services and will continue to collaborate and partner with educators, administrators, and community partners to support improvement in the special education system moving forward. We will now open it up for questions, and we appreciate everyone's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve, you know that ACSE has always been a big supporter of the work that you do and the collaboration that you have with families. And it's very complete and thorough, the presentation that you gave, sharing with us the needs that families are having at this time. So we certainly appreciate that. Right now, commissioners, we are only looking at, I think all of the legislatures are only looking at things relative to COVID-19, legislation focused on COVID-19 issues. But I know that we've talked in the past about ways that we might be there to be able to support the work that you do, and we'll certainly be able to talk about that in the future as we go forward and start getting other topics that we're looking at. Anyway, sorry, something about lunch now. I've lost my ability to speak too clearly. So I'm going to pass it over to commissioners and see if you have any questions or comments.
I would just like to underscore everything that was shared during the presentation. I know through my experience in working with Cindy at a previous stop, how much I benefited from having a partner who I could routinely keep a temperature check on what our parent community's needs were and interests in a way that was efficient. And so I just wanted to underscore the importance of supporting legislation that expands FECs, because it is a valuable resource for parents as well as educators.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next comment I see is Gina Plate.
Thank you guys so much. It's great to see you. I'll piggyback on David's comments. Just thank you so much for the work that you do. Really appreciate the fact that you stay closely engaged with this commission as well. I wonder, in your presentation on one of the last slides, it talks about policies, processes, and practices. And you have such a unique lens into what's happening across the entire state from the perspective of parents. And I'm wondering, are you collecting policies or practices? And, I don't know if it's too early in the process, but things that you within your organizations find worthwhile to share as models. Do you have something that's emerging yet with some of your best examples of policies that parents are supportive of?
One of the things that we talked about as a group, the presenters, was trying to do some ongoing tracking of how it looks as we start to reopen, and possibly revisiting a few months down the road to see which policies have been the most effective. Mm-hmm. Right now, again, it's been so district by district and county by county that it's tricky to see exactly what the best solution would be. But that's where that two-way communication is so important. And we would like to revisit these same ideas and recommendations, a few months down the road when we see what's been most effective in supporting parents and families and students in the pursuit of reopening and attending school and classrooms in person. I know for Matrix, we cover 4 different counties, so we're trying to really track what policies are implemented in each county and then consolidate that information. I'm not sure if Cindy or Anna might have another perspective based on their locations.
We cover 3 counties, and there is that variety, how it was approached from the very beginning when it was optional learning and then distance learning. Parents were under very different policy models at that point. And I think, we have to acknowledge that changes, doesn't come all at once. And they were one message from the top down in a district, but it, kind of didn't trickle down to all of the staff. So I think that was something, some parents were living in one district under a totally different picture than some other students in the same district.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's the same for us. So even though we cover Los Angeles County, we're very dense in population. And it's a very much SELPA to SELPA or a district to district. And so it's not at all, the same across the board. So we have the same issue. We're trying to gather that information and see from our parents as well.
Nice, great.
I have to say, in our area, though, when the transition was first happening, SELPA directors reached out to our organization and I said, this is great, so we can, have the same message going back out to our families. So that was really critical. That was a great opportunity for both sides to compare notes. They wanted to know what parents were thinking, and we wanted to know what their policies were that they were pushing out.
Nice. That's great. Thank you for that.
Next comment comes from Commissioner Topolan.
I want to also thank you for all this great information that you guys have gathered, because I could speak, at least for myself, as a parent who was trying to educate two young boys at home, and as a educator and a psychologist. I mean, I was looking for, third week was pretty tough, I'm going to tell you. I mean, it just got tougher and tougher after that point, because we heard it from parents as well, because it wasn't a vacation anymore. It was setting in, and it was becoming more permanent, and having to balance that between having to do our job and having to figure that out of how to educate them. I was like, well, I never signed up to be a teacher. Why am I doing this now? Right? So it was all these questions that we had to ask ourselves and also look for. But a lot of parents did reach out to us at the district and ask for that support, because we did notice that. So I think it's a great idea to have those supports in place for them, to have a forum for them to just compare and contrast what's working, what's not, and having those more like a facilitation of a group like that. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Hamilton.
I'm also a parent, and just kind of piggybacking on what Janine said, I wanted to thank you for all of the information and gathering that and putting it together in such a comprehensive list. There were several things that resonated with me, and I think it's really important to have gathered that. So I appreciate the time and effort that went into that, and to continue tracking all of that information as we move forward, because it's just continuously changing. And I know that my daughter's school is always evolving and changing as we go. And as some kids start going back to school and some kids get left behind, how we keep them engaged and the new challenges that arise with that is really important. So I look forward to you guys continuing to track and report back to us.
Okay, I don't see any more comments or questions from commissioners. We can put the slide up for the telephone number for public comments.
And I want to remind callers to please press *6, then 1 to be placed into the queue, and introduce yourself before commenting. Here's our first caller.
Hi, am I on?
Yes.
Hi. Oh, thank you so much for allowing me to make a public comment. This COVID-19 pandemic has created financial and emotional turmoil for so many families, but in particular families of special needs who are struggling to create normalcy for the fragile who need the stability for their very existence. So imagine trying to work with the school district on concerns about your child's special education program, which, by the way, can shape the child's future for the rest of their life, and in the midst of a disagreement, you get sued by the school district. It seems unfathomable, but it's happening in California school districts. I have been sued twice, and many, many other families have also been sued by their school districts. One family left their school district and was sued in the event that they decided to return to public school. Parents need their kids to be educated, not sued. The private law firms that districts have used, or that he have used, have a huge financial interest in promoting litigation. We need more education, not litigation. Thank you so much.
Next caller.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Okay, I became a non-related legal guardian for an African-American student when he was 16 years old. He was an unduplicated count student at Temecula Valley Unified School District. I wanted him to break the cycle of poverty for him. He had lived in the Salvation Army in LA prior to coming to Temecula. I had to use our taxpayer dollar foster care benefits and hired an attorney for him. Temecula used Dennis, Wolver, and Kelly for 1.5 years in IEP meeting. At 17, he was tested at second grade reading level. Temecula spent approximately $14,000 on attorney fees, taxpayer dollars, and more than the cost of Barton reading program. The student attempted suicide, and he told me he wishes he didn't have dyslexia. He had a reading disability. 4 months later, when student turned 18 years old, the district's attorney from Dennis, Wolver, and Kelly, an assistant principal from Chaparral High School, denied him reading remediation. We received a letter stating he was college and career ready. The private law firms are primarily white who profit from students with disability. You can read all of my public comments at Temecula Valley Unified School Board meetings since school closure. Hashtag Black Lives Matter, hashtag until everyone can read, more teachers, less lawyers. Thank you.
Next caller.
Hi, this is Robin Cowan from Irvine again. I was wanting to say thank you for all of the work that the Family Empowerment Centers put together. That was, I think, a really great picture. It looks like it captured a lot of parent and educator feedback. Something I'm missing is how we have the community advisory committees, which is state mandated to, again, the goal is to work collaboratively with our SELPA administrators, and I'm not seeing the connection between how the FECs are collaborating with CACs and pulling them in, because again, they are representative of the parent population within each school district. Thank you.
Next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Mrs. Arias. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. In today's world, there's a lot of inequality and discrimination in special education. I feel our special needs children are being discriminated terribly. It is time to say we won't stay silent. No longer, we cannot breathe. Our children deserve equality in education. For that reason, I created the YouTube movement, Every Student Successful, More Education, Less Litigation. I am the parent of 3 special needs children in the Inland Empire who require special education. My local SELPA is in Fontana, California. For several years, I've been forced to fight to receive assessments, eligibility, and even services for all 3 of my children. I have done Public Record Act requests for years, and I have come to learn that my local SELPA department uses thousands of dollars to pay high-priced legal firms to defend themselves and litigate against family. Since 2007 through 2020, my local SELPA has spent $469,000 just to litigate against families. I am providing you my public comments along with the copies of these receipts or payments. Many times my SELPA has filed against our family, 3 times to be exact in the past 4 years, to deny services, to deny IEEs, and to remove my children from their IEPs. I believe it is necessary to ask for local audits to learn how districts and SELPAs are funding high-paying law firms to litigate against families. Once again, we cannot breathe. Our special education children deserve equality in education. Please send out a message that our children with disabilities are worth.
Your conference is already in progress. For 13 hours, 49 minutes, press pound or star to continue the conference. Otherwise, your conference will end in 1 hour, 15 minutes.
Thank you for your time.
And we have another caller, but they're not in the queue yet. If you could please press *6, then 1. Hello.
Next caller, you're on.
Bueno.
All right, we have no other calls at this time.
Okay, thank you so much for those comments. I'm going to move us to item 8, which is our State Special Education Director's Report with Kristen Wright for the very last time, I believe. Let me just remind you that we are going to have a moment to recognize and say all the things that we want to say to Kristen in item 10. Right now, we're going to have her give us her report, and then we'll finish our conversation with the commissioner updates, which we started earlier, and then we'll have our fun time with Kristen at the end before we close. So I'm going to pass it over to Kristen.
Thank you, Summer. Hello, everyone. It's great to see all your faces. I think the traditional report was sort of given today by Stacy and Aaron and Shiloh, who will continue to provide the CDE updates to you. I would love to just be able to give you a few reflections as I transition out of this role, but obviously I will never transition out of the work around special education. It will always be at the core of the work that I do around equity, and so I would like to just give you a few reminiscent thoughts as I was reflecting on this journey. And it was 2006 when I set my first day at the Advisory Commission as a parent. My daughter was, I think, 8 at the time, 7 or 8 at the time. And I, I had a lot of ideas about what I thought the state was doing and what I thought our schools were doing and the system was doing. And the number one song in 2006 was Bad Day by Daniel Powter. I don't know if you remember that song. So you had a bad day, and Arnold Schwarzenegger was our governor, and President Bush and Dick Cheney were our president and vice president. That seems like so long ago, doesn't it? And it was 2006 was 3 years before the Common Core state standards were birthed under the Obama administration. And again, looking back, it doesn't all seem like that long ago, but I guess it was a long time ago. So, I came on as a new commissioner, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready to take on the world, and had some really, really good mentors who helped me understand that less is more, and that the power of the parent perspective is extremely powerful. And so it was because of those mentors that I ended up going back to school during that time, that first 4 years on the commission, to get my special ed teaching credential. And again, got a whole new perspective about what it looked like, as I thought I knew what I knew around what teachers were going through. And so our system, though it's paused for a bit, is still very young. Our accountability system was, Eileen was there, approved in 2016, and the dashboard started in 2017. That wasn't very long ago. And I remember a lot of our early conversations about how we would include students with disabilities. And that was pretty remarkable. I think as I'm thinking about, my hopes for the future and what we've accomplished so far, I know in 2015, some of you were on the Special Education Task Force, and that sort of birthed this whole idea of one coherent system of education. And we've really sort of ridden that wave, I think, in special education, and we've come a long way. And I think fairly soon, and Stacy can acknowledge this maybe at the next meeting, I think we're going to be having a report that's going to come out around what progress has been made. I know it's being worked on right now with all the things the Special Ed Task Force recommended. And it's pretty amazing just how many things our whole system is sort of taken hold of. And it's not just around the department or any individual people, but really a collective of all the policymakers, the governor, the legislature, our policy staffers at finance, and the governor's office. Everyone's sort of like embracing it. And really it's around one coherent system of education. It sort of highlights that inclusion is a civil right, that students with disabilities often have, multiple identities. We had the birth of the Pac-Man charts, Shiloh, that showed the intersectionality between our student groups, which was a very powerful moment, I think, around our accountability system. And also just, the cross-agency work that highlighted that students with disabilities can really achieve amazing things and should be expected to earn high school diplomas and go to college and get great jobs. And so I think, aspirationally, the recent events of racial inequities and injustices with the George Floyd killing and those that went before him sort of highlight the need again, and it's sort of another way we're highlighting the need for our children to be educated together, to learn to appreciate and value diversity, to be taught to stand up for each other, and to support each other as valued members kind of the human race, right? And so it starts the moment a child and family enters the system. And we've done, I think, collectively some great work on backward mapping to preschool, a lot of money and a lot of new initiatives around inclusive preschool. And so thank you all for all of your work on that collectively, honestly. I hope that that COVID-19 does not allow us to regress in our progress and our commitment to inclusion and access, and that we take a little more time to listen to the voices of our students and our individuals with disabilities and their families. And the FECs and PTIs do such a nice job of reminding us how our families feel. And we have so many new commissioners that are parents, and really going to appreciate hearing all these new voices at the table. I also want to just underscore the value of relationships at every level, and the recognition that we're all here for the same reason. Let's see. I also hope that you will take time to mentor and support others as well as each other. And seeing the next generation, Gina, we're like old timers now. We have all these new people coming on to take the lead, and it's so exciting.
So exciting.
So as I leave this role, I know the work will continue. I hope that I'm living proof that anything is possible when passion drives the work. I would not have imagined in 2006 that all these opportunities would be there. And I am very confident that Shiloh and Stacy and Aaron and Noelia and Jack and all of the special education division staff and administrators will work hard on this on behalf of students. And I think as you get older, you get more emotional. And my mother used to tell me that happened. But I think this is emotional work. And so I'm just going to cry my way through this, if you don't mind. I also want to acknowledge the division directors and deputies across CDE that are also very willing to collaborate in this work. And I also hope that ACSE, you guys will continue to ride the momentum and the support that you have from the governor's office, from the legislature, from the state board, from all the staff across all the agencies to continue this work. So finally, I'll just give a special shout out to Gina Blade, who served in the role of chair for more years than any single person. Summer and David, thank you so much for taking that leadership on and your commitment while maintaining your day jobs and trying to deal with all the COVID idiosyncrasies. And I really would be remiss to not acknowledge that for the first time in the history of the ACSE, we have 2 leaders of color. It's about time. Sorry, it's about time. Good job. So I hope to work with all of you in my new role as Executive Director of Equity, Diversity, Early Intervention, and Student Support at the Sacramento County Office of Education. Hi, Steve. I get to see Steve more often. And again, you know, this work continues. We are all, you know, this is a collective effort and momentum. I can't believe it's been 14 years that I've been sitting doing this work. But it's not ending. I'm changing elevations to do the work that I love. And so thank you to all of you, and sorry for making anyone cry. Sorry, Gina. But again, it's what happens when you're old, and it's okay. So I'll end there and just hand the baton to Shiloh and say, I know she'll keep it in good care. And as you get a new special ed director, I have no doubt that someone amazing will be chosen, and they will continue to bring on the same work with the passion that I know we all feel towards this work. So thanks.
Well, Kristen, I have the daunting task now to try to revert to an agenda that doesn't make any sense after all of those comments that you just made, because you are a leader that leads with your heart. And I know that all the commissioners are desperately wanting to weigh in on our recognition of you. I'm going to ask, though, that we pause for a second and just allow for public comment on this item, and also what we did earlier, which was our commissioner updates. I think I have to follow that public comment piece, which will give us all a pause and let Gina dry her eyes. And then I can move into item number 10, where we can share a little bit about you and all the work that you've done. So Aaron, if you could just put up that number and give us a chance to have the public weigh in on items 8 and 9, and then we can continue this cry fest a little bit with ACSE.
All right, here's our first caller.
Go ahead, caller. You're on the phone.
Okay. Our next caller.
Yes, hello. This is Susan Murray. I'm calling from the Office of Special Education Programs at the U.S. Department of Education. And I appreciate having a minute of the Commission's time to acknowledge Kristen and the leadership that she's provided. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. And I from where I sit, I especially want to acknowledge Kristen's promotion of really strong collaborative relationships between CDE and OSET here at the Department of Education. I think that has been very much to the benefit of both the state and federal partners, and ultimately for the benefit of schools and educators, and especially families and children with disabilities in California. So thank you for that, Kristen. I and we here at the department, of course, look forward to continuing to work with the CDE and especially with the outstanding and responsive staff in the special education division. And I just also want to have a minute to add my personal thanks and appreciation to Kristen for the opportunity to know and work with her over the past several years. I think I've told Kristen before that I'm always running into people here in Washington, D.C. or even elsewhere who are members of what I call the Kristen Wright fan club. And I'm one of those members as well now. So thank you, Kristen, for the unique mix of experiences and personal characteristics and certainly passion that you bring to your work. Thank you.
Okay, next caller.
I just want to say as a parent, thank you so much, Kristen, for your service and dedication and passion. And parents all over want to be able to celebrate with CDE on all the accomplishments that ACSE has completed. So I look forward to seeing that displayed in the near future.
Teresa Munoz, if you can hear me, you can go ahead and speak. Press *6 and then 1. Okay, moving on to the next caller.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Christine Zaka. I just want to say that I've been watching the commission for the past 8 years as a school psychologist, and how much I appreciate all the hard work that everyone is doing for our students, and especially Tina, Kristen, and Summer. And I can see all the hard work that they've done and the progress we've made. That's it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And for any other callers on the line, please press *6 and then 1 to be placed into the queue. Okay, moving on.
Are there no more callers then?
That is it for callers.
Okay, sounds great. So we're going to move forward to item 10, and I'm just going to be the first one to start us all off. I know there'll be a lot to say, and I was thinking when you were talking, Kristen, that when you're a child, you have lots of heroes, and a lot of your childhood is reading books and hearing stories about heroes, and then you grow up and there's not so many, and that's part of growing into adulthood, is you learn that there aren't so many heroes among you. And I have to say that I count you as someone that's a personal hero for me. You represent a person that really put action to a need that you saw personally and then professionally, and then on a broader and broader level until you are influencing the whole country with your vision and your leadership and your passion for standing up for those among us that need a hero. So I'm really grateful that our paths crossed in life and that I had a chance to meet you and work with you and learn from you. And I know that this is not the last time that we will work together or collaborate on something, because you are always available for everyone. And that's just who you are. And I really have just cherished the time I've been able to work with you, and very much appreciated the impact that you've had on me and so many others. So I know that I speak for everyone to say that we are so grateful for your leadership with this group, and very excited for you to move on to a local level. To me, that makes perfect sense, because I know that you want to be able to be more just in touch with individual people and move from the macro level to the micro level for a little while. So I'm happy for you that you're going to have that experience. But I know that your influence will not soon be forgotten by so many in the state of California and all of the United States, actually, on a very personal level. So here I want to open it up to all the commissioners to be able to share what they might like as we recognize Kristen. And I really hope we sent you flowers. I hope you had a knock on the door and that some beautiful flowers were delivered. But just take a moment and sit back and hear from all of us about how we feel about you, and get the Kleenex maybe, so you can just cry and not have to talk at the same time.
We will start with Commissioner Salmonson.
Oh, I'm first. That's always the hardest. I don't know if it's first or last, Kristen. That's the hardest. Well, first I want to apologize because I haven't called because I haven't quite known what to say. I just couldn't put words to it. It was just a shock and a sadness, but I knew you were leaving the work, but you were leaving the work that I was connected to, and I knew I was going to miss you greatly. Sorry, I'm old too, Kristen. I want to say thank you for just the grace and the wisdom and the integrity that you have worked with and that you have fought so hard with. You, in this world of just polarization of everything, you have found a way to bring the goodness back into collaboration and kindness and common ground. And you have shown us that it can be done even when you're fighting really hard. And I so appreciate that. I've appreciated you giving shape and form to my advocacy. I sit with great honor amongst all of these commissioners, and I haven't always known where my space was because I did not have a child with a disability, but I'm so passionate about the work, and I appreciate you giving shape and form to that and coming alongside of me and showing me how that can be done. So I just want to say thank you, and I can't wait to see what your next steps are, because truly great things are coming, and I wish I would have been more thoughtful about it, because I would love to make a sign that says, Kristen for president. But anyways, just Godspeed, my friend, and I hope you are just going to light things up in Sacramento, as you have been for a long, long time. So.
Board Member Strauss.
So I had to be here at this meeting to recognize you, Kristen. When I first met you, I joined the state board in 2011, and you were on ACSE. And you came to work in the state board office after that, and we really had the pleasure of you collaborating with us. And to see you leading the work at the state level with your heart and soul and commitment. We've made such progress and still have so much more work to do, but your voice and your style really has embedded in all of our work. And the work from the Special Ed Task Force and the work that will go forward, you're still going to be part of improving statewide. And I know we at the state board level and all of us so value your voice. We value your friendship. We value your enthusiasm. And you're just changing titles. You're not changing influence. And we look forward to continuing to collaborate with you and hear your voice in the important work ahead to make sure students with disabilities get a really thoughtful, equitable opportunities in schools. So Kristen, just on behalf of the board and all of us at State Board Office, we love you, we respect you, and you are our friend and you're our hero. So thank you.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you, Kristen. I just wanted to thank you for all the work you've done for our kids and our families. I feel a little ripped off because I just joined the board this year, or the commission this year. And one reason I applied actually was the opportunity to work with you and learn from you. So instead, I'm going to have to accept the impact that you've had on everybody and count myself amongst the many in our state and the country for the legacy you've left us. So thank you for all your hard work. You really are an inspiration and a role model for all parents to do what we can for our kids and for other kids as well. So thank you very much. And I will hope to look for you in Sacramento when I'm running around. Thank you.
Commissioner Andrus.
Kristen, I've already had an opportunity to email you, but you know, you were the very first person that I ever had contact with about the process of joining the commission. And I emailed you because yours was the only name I could find on the website that had an email attached to it. And I emailed a question at 10 o'clock at night saying, how do I do this? And you responded 5 minutes later. And that kind of attention to the individual has always been with you, and something that I think has really been kind of a very striking thing about you. I've been in work groups with you. I've been at conferences with you. I've been in places where people are really unhappy and where people are really praising you, both things. And you never look past the person. You always look at them, hear them, and respond to them where they're at. And that is something that's really been a big role model to me. And I just want to say thank you for the work you've done on behalf of special ed and on behalf of the commission and on behalf of all the individual people like me that you probably are answering their emails at 10 o'clock at night. I'm sure there's many, many of them out there. So thank you for everything you've done.
Commissioner Winlock.
Kristen, you know, I think back when I came on the commission about 6, 8 years, you know, they all just keep kind of rolling in a lot of ways. But what I have always appreciated with you is your leadership that really involves diversity, equity, access for all, and how you make that always a part of your leadership. I just can't thank you enough. So one of the things that I get to do is I get to continue to have that kind of leadership happening. As you come to the Sacramento County Office of Education, I was thinking, I said, how is that even possible? But I just want to tell you that this isn't goodbye. I won't see you.
Your conference is already in progress. For 14 hours, 19 minutes. Press pound or star to continue the conference. Otherwise, your conference will end in 45 minutes.
Okay, I'll make this quick. But Kristen, I am just so excited about being able to continue the work because of who you are and your leadership and what you'll bring to locally to a lot of our kids and our schools. So again, I just can't thank you enough for your your commitment, and your leadership. You're just phenomenal. Thank you.
So just quick executive decision. I'm holding off on Gina Plate to be the last one. So if you'd like to make a comment and jump in before Gina, feel free to do so. Shiloh, feel free to go next.
Hi, yeah. I had been asked by Sarah Neville Morgan. Many of us already at the department have already wished Kristen well and have said everything we're going to say. The one thing I will say is that the best quote I ever heard about leadership was that leadership is in service of others. And Kristen is probably one of the best examples of that. We did receive a letter at the department, and Sarah Neville Morgan asked that I formally submit it to the commission from the Ball Frost Group. And just a part of it saying, Kristen Wright's leadership over the past 20 years working key roles of public policy has made a critical difference for California's students, teachers, and school, and has led the state's charge on how to meet students' needs by addressing the needs of the whole child. Kristen has led by example as a strong advocate working in education with a focus on special education and advocating for students with disabilities. Kristen's efforts leave an example of the value of public service that is more important than ever. And that really also, I think, exemplifies that we wanted to formally present this letter we received.
Commissioner Lopez.
So you're just a rock star. That's the most popular saying in my household. So you're a rock star to me. I, like Kimberly, was shocked when I heard you were leaving, and I couldn't respond. But I'm so excited for you and for all of us. I was blessed to meet you when I was at the State Council on Developmental Disabilities and the CAC, and I remember meeting with you in your office and just being in awe. And I'm in my opinion, I'm still new at the commission, trying to learn a lot, absorb a lot, and I'm always a sponge when you're sharing or speaking. Something about you, there's a lot about you, but I think there's this calmness about you when you're delivering a strong message that is truly a gift. So I just want to thank you because you've been so approachable from the beginning and even now, and I will continue to follow you. And the reason why I'm here is because of your leadership. And thank you for everything that you've taught me. And I hope to continue to follow you and be part of your community in some way.
Commissioner Hayes-White.
Kristen, I really don't want to talk because I'm sad, but I do want to say thank you for being such a professional. Thank you for being inclusive. Thank you for being a bad mama jamma with your nice hairstyles and so chic. And your poise and professionalism is very striking. And this is not goodbye. I will see you soon.
Commissioner Topolin.
I think it was like doomsday when we found out that, you weren't going to be around, because I know for a moment when somebody called me and said, Kristen's not going to be there, I just was stopped. It wasn't a red light or anything, but I just stopped. But it's very, very sad. You're going to be missed. I think everybody's just what they mentioned. It's about the fact that your style and just your being just including everyone. And I think your work is just represents everything that you do. And it's been an honor. And when I grow up, I want to be you. So sign me on. Thank you.
I just wanted to take a moment and just, on behalf of our entire office at El Dorado County, Kristen, I hope you know that you are part of our family here, and we appreciate the relationships and the leadership and just the mentoring that you've provided to many individuals in our county office. And for me personally, much like Steve, I'm saddened that you're transitioning from a role that you've had a great impact, but I'm pretty happy because we're neighbors right now. We're about 20 minutes closer. And so I look forward to continuing to work with you and learn from you. And I was thinking of a leadership quote, and one that I like describes the primary requirement of a leader, and that's that people are willing to follow. And so I just wanted to personally thank you for being a leader that I could choose to follow over and over again and be inspired by. And I look forward to continuing to learn from you. Since you and Gina and your view of inclusive practices is largely part of the reason I'm here today on the commission, I need to keep learning from you and appreciate your commitment to mentor me already. So thank you so much. I look forward to working with you in your new capacity. Commissioner Plate.
Okay. Wait, there you are. Well, Kristen, so I know how you feel about being on the spot. And so you're handling it well, all this love. I hope you're soaking it all in. So to piggyback on what everyone else has said, clearly this is not just a job, right? And that's why people want to follow you. It's because it's not just a job for you. And so as I have watched you over the years, through the role of the Advisory Commission, CDE, State Board, and then the Director, aside from all of the other roles that you play in the community, I've seen you handle situations with such incredible grace. And I remember so many times, moments, including when I came onto the commission and realized, whoa, these issues are complex, right? There is nothing easy about the issues that we are all grappling with. However, you made them tangible and you brought people together. And so if I think back to the task force, and like you said, that notion of one coherent system, which is incredible to me that we have made so much progress, but it's not just about one coherent system for all kids. It's one coherent system for all the kids, the families, the stakeholders, the organizations. You have moved mountains. And I wish I was sitting next to you so I could, this fake Zoom eye contact is weird. But I want to be able to look you in the real eye and say, you have broken down barriers like nobody else. It's been incredible to watch. And it's not just schools. It's you have provided leadership so that folks put aside all of the issues that pop up in education, whether it's around the type of setting, the type of disability, the barriers that you have broken down because of how you exist in the world are a model like I haven't ever seen anybody else. And so to have somebody from OSEP call too to reiterate that, I think you just have to soak in this moment. And like everyone has said, this is an exciting beginning for you. This is not an end. It is sad because of the day-to-day relationships and work that you might be walking away from, but it's at the CDE, but your world is only expanding. And I am so excited to be able to continue the work with you, continue the moments of, oh my gosh, this is so hard and it's so fun. And, I will never get to a point where I can't sleep. I know you don't sleep because you are constantly at the service of others. And so I love you. I'll miss you in this capacity, but this is just an exciting beginning.
Well, Kristen, you got through it. We all love you, not just Gina. We really do all love you. And we will continue to watch the work that you do. And I know that you will continue to watch the work that ACSE is going to do, as will I and many others. So we just thank you for having been our executive director. And we wish you great joy and love in the work that you'll be doing in the future. So.
All those comments meant a lot to me. Thank you.
I do have a couple pieces of business to attend to before we sign off for the day. First, I want to ask Eileen to weigh in. She has some updates from our State Board of Education.
Everybody, again, from the State Board, and thank you all for the work you do. Your voice matters on this commission and will continue to matter. And I just want to bring you up to date on a few things. As we had a meeting in March after you met in February, where we approved the state systemic improvement plan. So that has been sent to the feds. So you had some time in February to go over that. And then our May meeting was remote, like this. And our July meeting coming up will be remote. And so obviously things have changed for all of us since the middle of March. In accountability, you might have followed that the state accepted and applied for the waiver for federal accountability. So there were no assessments this spring for obvious reasons. And so that means there's no dashboard. And so there's a lot of talk about what does that mean, because right now we would report data in spring of 21, but the legislature is talking about it now. It's going on in the budget negotiations and trailer language. So we are going to wait, and at the State Board meeting in a couple of weeks, there's likely to be an update of what the legislature has agreed to, and so there could be some more updates at that time. But right now, we know that there's no dashboard that will happen this fall. I would say that the dashboard really brought the issue of special education to districts light in a way that had not under our previous accountability system. And I think districts have paid a lot of attention to all their subgroups, but to that subgroup. There was a concern about the 5x5 grids that give the color on the dashboard, and whether if it's a small N size, it's in small districts and small settings, it became a volatile number. So there's some additional studies being done by the Department of Ed to take a look at that, to try to stabilize the grid so they're not jumping 2 colors every year on the dashboard. And while there will be no dashboard this fall, that is something that I think all groups want to make sure it's a stable indicator. And so just be aware there'll be some more updates. And we are looking at a growth measure. We're one of only a couple states that haven't adopted a growth measure. And we've been talking about it for a while. And in July at our board meeting, we'll have an update on the growth measure and the timeline for implementation. So if that's something of interest, otherwise we'll be glad at the next meeting to give you an update on where we are on that. But that is in the queue, and we are working on that as well. As a result of an executive order, you might know that the LCAP that happened in the spring for districts is only a 1-pager because we don't know the budget right now, and that's obviously being negotiated in this moment. And so districts just had to do an update, a short update on what they were doing on distance learning, on meal delivery, and childcare. But next spring, there'll be a 3-year new template, new update, once we are clear about the budget and what we're clear about going forward. The other thing you should know, I liaison to the Instructional Quality Commission. Our instructional frameworks are incredibly important because they give guidelines for strategies for all students and for differentiation for students with different disabilities or English learners. And so there is a new framework on visual performing arts coming to the board in July. We're very excited about it. And there's also a new framework on world languages coming to the board in July as well. We are in the process of updating the math framework, which needs some updates. It was the first one we did after the last recession, and we do a much better job of guiding and providing guidance documents now. That got delayed because of the pandemic and the shelter in place, will start again this fall. So there is in process a new framework being developed in math that will be an update. We're not changing standards, we're updating it. So that'll happen starting late this fall and into the 21 year. Also, ethnic studies, more important now than ever, is in revision and will come back to the Instructional Quality Commission this, I think, late summer, early fall, and then back to the board. It had some, it needs to follow the state board guidelines, and there were some legal issues that had to be updated. It's had a lot of public input, 20,000 comments. So you can hear that coming forward, but it is on the docket for work later in 20 to be approved by the state board. And just a couple of updates from the Credentialing Commission that I think is relevant to special ed. You might know that when the shelter in place happened, suddenly student teachers couldn't finish their teaching hours. And we have a shortage of teachers in several areas, and one is special ed. So the Credentialing Commission acted and provided authority for the local credentialing agency, the university supervising, to determine if the student teacher would be ready to teach in the fall, which is really, really important. The other thing is the Credentialing Commission was not able to waive testing, but the problem is all the testing centers were shut down. So no one could take the RECA, they couldn't take CBEST, they couldn't take anything. So there was a governor executive order that allowed the test to go into the preliminary credential process to be completed before the credentials clear. And I think that's really important so that we make sure we have qualified teachers and who are available, particularly in hard to fill areas going forward. So I thought that would be really important for you to be aware of. Also, we have a state literacy task force that's working on a state grant that will come up this fall, and there'll be additional money to address literacy across the state, which is particularly of importance to this group. And then finally, a week from Friday on June 26th, there's an early math symposium, and it's virtual and it's free. So if you have some time and you're not too zoomed out, I think you might find some great resources at the Early Math Symposium that really addresses preschool through grade 3. That will be some resources in whatever role you're in to really help with mathematics. And so I just wanted to make sure I let you know that. So thank you again for taking the time. I know Nikki always gave you an update on what was going on at the state board, and I just want to make sure you had that, particularly relevant to special ed issues. We have a lot of work going forward, and we will continue to do that work. But thank you for your voice and for always being there to make sure we hear the things that are really important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eileen. I'm being told that we have a few callers on the line, so let's afford them the opportunity to share what's on their mind.
And I'd like to remind anyone who has called in to please press *6 and then 1 to be placed in the queue and introduce yourself before commenting. Here's our first caller.
Go ahead, caller, you can talk.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next caller. Go ahead and speak. Okay, that's it for now. We're having some trouble.
Okay, thank you for that. So I have some thank yous to attend to for today's meeting. You know, having such a formal meeting on this platform, it's a big challenge for many people that are behind the scenes. So I want to make sure to thank our tech support team, our translators, and our closed caption folks for putting this all together, as well as all of the departments in the CDE, and most especially Aaron. He's just been such an asset to this commission and provides such enormous support to us as we're building the agenda and planning on how to spend the day. So I thank everybody for their contribution for today. It's my time to pass the torch. I want to take a minute or two to say something that's important to me. Just given where we are in the world and how our election for this commission resulted today, you know, I grew up in an area of the world that is incredibly beautiful, but had zero diversity, just zero. And when I applied, when I was an undergraduate and I applied to Cal Berkeley and I didn't get in, and I had 10 days to appeal that decision. And so they said, you can write an essay. And I wrote an essay about how hungry I was to have some diversity in my life, that I just really needed to be around people of different cultures and races. And it was a time in my life at 18 that I really needed to move away from good parts about my childhood, but just I've been hungry for diversity my whole life. And working with this group at ACSE, I think about the commissioners and different work groups that I've been a part of, and the underlying value of everything that we do has been inclusion of everyone, of students with disabilities, people of color, of making sure that everyone had equal access. And I've often felt after a meeting just a sense of joy in the work that we did for those 2 days, because it filled my soul of working around people that had similar values as I've always had. And to be able to be a chair for just a short period of time, but to have been a chair and then be able to pass it to my co-chair, David, who's been such a wonderful partner to me in this experience, and then Havania as well. And given where we are every single day in this country and we're watching what's happening, I'm so pleased that Kristen noted, and I'm going to reiterate, that this is really special, that we have 2 African-American leaders leading this group and leading this conversation. And it is so well deserved. And the example that both of them set for anyone watching and anyone working in this field is extraordinary. And I'm so proud to be passing the torch to both of them, and to be able to say that this commission is represented by 2 people of color, and that their work is, just as David shared his history, their work is representative, that we can make progress. And I hope and pray every day that this country, through the turmoil that we're in right now, can find a way to heal what has been hundreds of years needing to be healed. And I just really hope moving forward that we make progress, because it's been my entire life that we have not made enough progress. And so in this small way, to be able to pass the torch to David and Havania feels right. And I hope that there's many other victories across the country and other organizations in which torches are being passed, similarly, to provide equal opportunity and access to all people, because it's time. And so with that, I'm going to pass the torch to David, and he will close the meeting out and just discuss about agenda building for his first meeting as chair.
Thank you, Summer. The feelings are mutual, and I am going to hold off on my just complete appreciation for being able to learn from you during your time as chair, because we'll be able to cry in August just as easily as we are able to cry in June. So I want to make sure to honor you in that transition and get you a very heavy gift to travel home. The bocce ball set the precedent at least 50 pounds. So we're searching already for something to reflect our appreciation for your leadership. And so as we are going into the next school year and all the uncertainty and questions that need to be answered, I think it's important to recognize that the vision doesn't change. As we review our platform and statements that we've made as a commission in terms of focusing on matters of social justice and equity and inclusive practices, even though there's lots of external uncertainty, we know where the work really needs to happen. And so I'd like to open up to the commissioners initially to solicit any suggestions for future agenda items. and then we will transition to hear public comments around this item and move to adjournment. So, any suggestions for future agenda items? Well, you are gathering your thoughts. I would suggest in August, obviously, that we have a report from CDE in terms of the state of the world and our response to COVID and any updates regarding that, as well as highlighting practices that we really need to lean into with distance learning next year that address the inequalities as well as the social justice issues and mental health needs of not only our students, but educators who are coming back to work as well and are experiencing some of the same challenges that our students are right now. So Commissioner Andres?
Yeah, David, I'm still really concerned about the reform movement for foster care, and in particular, how students in foster care, whether it's a group home or a family foster, are being supported, and also the closing of some of the group homes with the movement into family hasn't gone so smoothly. So I've seen some students placed like in homeless shelters for a few weeks and things like that. So I'm very concerned about how that's going, and I was wondering if we could get an update on that.
Commissioner Winlock?
David, I was most concerned about the callers that were focused around the dollars that are being used out of special ed to deal with court cases and suits and defense and all those kinds of things that we're looking at. I would like to have on the agenda a discussion with the commissioners around that issue. Not so much about, what it is, but just to kind of build some, is there anything that we should be doing in kind of sending out guidelines or helping people in kind of understanding that? Because I do believe that my concern is that, the last caller quoted $500,000 that was taken, that were used in school districts. And I know it's a big issue that school districts have to deal with, and LEAs and other organizations. But I think that it warrants a discussion about, is there anything that when we talk about this, is there from the commission's point of view, is there anything that we could begin to kind of say, looking at, or things that we should be aware of or guiding? So I would just propose that we have a discussion around that piece.
Well, thank you, Steve, for connecting that with the future agenda items. And I would highlight, in addition to the dollar figures that we can quantify, what we can't quantify is the emotional and relational toll that it takes on educators as well as parents to have to go through the litigious process. And so I think very good points, and so certainly noted. So next I have a Commissioner, I'm sorry if I'm butchering the last name, Oyakawa.
I agree with the recommendations already proposed for the agenda by previous commissioners. So I would like to agree with those two. In addition, and like you said, David, about getting an update from the California Department of Ed on what's going on when we come back in August. That's right when school is going to be reopening, however that looks like. So we'd really definitely appreciate to hear updates from them on what's going on. If it's possible to have the Family Empowerment Center representatives also come back with what they're hearing by then from what the parents are anticipating or already working with. And another voice I think would be helpful in this whole conversation that I don't think we've touched on, at least not today, was the teacher's perspective in terms of how, they're all dealing with this, the concerns they've had, and what's working for them. So it was nice to see what was going on in Marin, but I know there are lots of districts where they don't have the same kinds of resources, and so their reality is going to be very different. And so it would be really helpful to hear what their perspective is, and then what we can all do going forward after hearing from them, as well as the families and the state. Thank you.
Commissioner Jocham.
Thank you. I agree with the looking at due process. I think there's a couple pieces to that one. You'll recall we did have Patty Matheny, who's a SELPA director, come out and talk to us about alternative dispute resolution and how the work that entails in terms of preserving relationships with families. And I think that we need to have just some deeper discussions about some of that. I would also advocate that we go back and start looking more at disproportionality. I think that the fire is lit again in terms of making sure we are providing equity and appropriate services and not over-identifying, students of color into special education and what path that sets them on. So I think, we may not be able to change the world in terms of what's going on, but there's certain pieces of it I think we can have a huge impact on, and that's one of them. And then I think we should look at, as we start this school year, having maybe some districts share what they're doing for learning loss for students with special education. Not necessarily compensatory education. That's really more of a legal term of comp ed that you're owed. But I think that, parents don't want to necessarily sue, to get every last back session of speech that they were owed. But I think they really want to know what the plan is moving forward and how to address some of the loss that kids have had. So I think it would be interesting to hear if districts or SELPAs have plans for addressing the learning loss for special needs students. Thank you.
Commissioner Topolin.
I think, again, just social justice and mental health is very, very important and key at this point, and also some of the information of how, when we start going back into schools, how that's going to roll out with the reentry process, and what are some of the priorities, and what are some of the things that are working, or what is the plan, right? Because there's this whole committee that's working on different task forces of getting resources together. And focusing on the whole reentry process and being able to, because it's not only the mental health, but we also have the mental health with the social justice. How are we going to deal with that when we go back to school? And how are students going to end up working together, collaborating instead of being at wit's end, because they're already frustrated being at home as well. So having some conversation around that.
And Michelle, did you raise your hand again, or did I forget to change the...
I did. I just wanted to do a quick addendum to Steve's comment, because I think along the lines of litigation, whichever direction, it would be great to get more information on facilitated IEPs, not necessarily alternate dispute resolution, like you've already gone to that stage, but sometimes, walking in the door to an IEP, that this one is going to be hard or challenging for a wide range of reasons. You can know that. And I know other states use facilitated IEPs more than we see in California. And I know that Kim, her previous district, had used facilitated IEPs a lot. And just as an extra or an add-on, I just think we need to be able to give folks, IEP teams and districts, a model to look at that they can start to adopt. And I don't know if that needs to scale up on the state end also, but it's something I think we could start the conversation about. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Salmonson.
Hi.
You're muted, Kim.
There you go. I might have been muted or unmuted that whole time. Sorry about that. No, thank you, Michelle, for bringing that up. That was in a nutshell what I was going to ask for, is just some more conversation around the idea of facilitated IEPs for every IEP, and that we be thoughtful about, endorsing or I guess being okay with setting some work aside. And I've heard that a lot out in the field is, it might not be the right time. Districts are really overwhelmed. We might want to wait to do this type of work, et cetera, across a myriad of things that have a lot of momentum behind them right now. And I would just caution us not to jump onto that bandwagon too quickly and have that voice, because I think that, districts are absolutely overwhelmed. I spent 18 years in a district. I can't even imagine the work that's going on right now. But the work that's going on right now should be for all kids. And we can't start setting aside subgroups of kids because we think it's really difficult work. And right now we might be overwhelmed. I think right now is the absolute right time. We're behind already. We need to not get to the back of the line because things are overwhelming. I think there have been incredibly creative and immensely rewarding and amazing things that have been done by districts for all kinds of things, like graduating, 1,500 kids. They have figured out ways to make things work. And I think we need to not set aside the rights of our kids because the work is hard and we're in a hard spot right now. I think we need to just say, if you can do it during the hard times, you can do it all the time. And so I would love to see facilitated IEPs and that conversation around IEPs not be set aside right now, because I think it's more important than ever that plan be addressing everything that child needs and under any circumstances. So.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Winlock. You're muted, Steve.
Will we foresee that we will be in the same format for the August meeting? And if we do, I would just want to recommend that we consider the issue about doing breakout rooms for discussion with these around some of this, which we can do through this program. Do you know? What are you thinking?
Don't know the plans yet. Obviously, we're going to follow the guidance from the state officials around convening. We'll have the conversations around how we can utilize the software for the breakout rooms, and I believe they've used that for some of the innovation work groups, so that's certainly a possibility. Commissioner Hayes-White.
For an agenda item for August, perhaps we should continue our conversation around how we're going to collaborate with Mary regarding our commission report.
Thank you. Thank you for that good reminder. And Commissioner Lopez.
I just, we probably touched a little bit on this, but at least in our district, I heard recently that we have 60 educators that are going to be retiring. And I was hiking on Sunday with one of the assistant superintendents in Santa Ana, and she said that there was also several teachers retiring. And I think that once they figure out how we're coming back, whether it's a hybrid or in what capacity, I think we're going to see more teachers considering retiring because it's overwhelming. And I think that will have an impact on the education of our students, and it's very real.
I'm not seeing any more hands being raised by commissioners. Aaron, I just want to check with you. Is there any more housekeeping or another session of public comment?
Yeah, we do have multiple public commenters waiting to make public comment for item number 12 and probably earlier items if they had problem accessing.
Okay, first caller, you are on, and please make sure that your phone is not muted. Caller from Beverly Hills, you may speak.
Caller, you are on and able to present. Please go ahead.
Okay, next caller, Becker Brock. Please go ahead.
Hi, hi, my name's Megan. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm the mother of two boys, 12 and 10 years old. My 10-year-old is diagnosed dyslexic and also has dysgraphia. I have my master's in school counseling, and I worked many years in California public elementary schools, sitting on the other side of the table, working to catch students like my son early. California is far behind in teaching dyslexic students. Direct, evidence-based, multi-sensory methods like Orton, Gill, and Ham has to be available in California schools. Other districts in our country are enlightened. I know this. I've traveled as far as Florida to see it with my own eyes. It was mentioned a few minutes ago that inclusion is a civil right. So is reading. Inclusion and reading is a civil right. So please, just as others have mentioned, please pay attention to where district money is being spent. The amount of taxpayers' money spent on lawyers' fees to fight families of dyslexic children could fund a comprehensive district program for dyslexia easily. May I have one more minute?
Go ahead.
Unfortunately, in my son's story, we had to pull him from the district after kindergarten in the race to provide him with an appropriate methodology for his dyslexia. Knowing this was not available in our district, we turned to private schools, paying to date the equivalent of a private college education. It wasn't until he received the intensive, structured, evidence-based multisensory instruction that he learned to read. He went from kindergarten to grade level in 1 year. My son's story is just one of hundreds of cases. Most will not be properly addressed or diagnosed, leading to at-risk behaviors and uncertain futures. Because if one cannot read, we have failed them in more than one way. Again, just please pay attention to district lawyers encouraging the fight against special education services. Look to other states who are implementing programs to avoid this emotional and financial drain on families and school districts. Thank you.
Okay, next caller, 909-931-9742. Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Rita Loof, and I'm a parent, and I'm a member of the San Bernardino County Board of Education. Our family has been victimized by some of the law firms that districts contract with. I was involved in a litigation in the West End SELPA, which lasted 7 years. SELPA litigated all the way to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals to deny my child special education services. They lost, but the lawyers billed the district for every single minute throughout the 7 years. Our SELPA is asking for $1.5 million for litigation this year, and they've already used that money and are now asking for another $500,000. Now, amid the coronavirus outbreak, one vendor, the law firm of Fagan, Friedman, and Full Frost, is suing children with disabilities in our area. On March 18th, while our state was under stay-home orders, FFS sued our family for $12,000, arguing they are due the money they needlessly spent on hiring private investigators to conduct surveillance on our family's attorney and private tutor. They spent $124,000 in an 8-month period to litigate against my daughter, but $0 to actually provide the services. I echo the previous comments about requesting an audit, and I'm glad to hear that commissioners are interested in this issue because there are many families suffering here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
I would like to ask if we can add community advisory committees, which again are supposed to be state mandated, their function and engagement to the next ACSE agenda meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. In today's world, there is a lot of inequality and discrimination and special needs education. I am the parent of 3 children that require special education, and for the past 6 to 7 years, I've been forced to litigate to receive services, to receive eligibility and to obtain even services for my children. I have the Public Record Act request and have come to learn that my local SELPA has used thousands of dollars, approximately $469,000 only in 3 years, to pay high-paying legal firms to litigate against parents and children with special needs. I also echo the need and support for audits to our local CELBAs. Once again, I ask you to please consider special needs children. And we are tired and we no longer can stay quiet. We cannot breathe. We required equality in education. And thank you for the opportunity to make comment. This is Maria Arias in the city of Fontana. Thank you very much.
Any other callers on the line, please press *6, then 1 to be placed into the queue. Next caller.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to chime in about the foster care. I commented about Temecula, but I took in a boy and he was abandoned and he was under McKinsey-Vento, and the school districts, when the children are on the free lunch program like he was, because he received Medicaid, and he was, because I received foster care benefits, the school districts are receiving additional money, and that money is used to close the achievement gap. And I really want to focus on that, because what I've noticed is he is African American, and he came from a pretty bad home in LA and Salvation Army, and I really wanted to help him. And I would really like to talk also in the future about the unduplicated count students and because I don't see parents who are represented who are low income, because it's really difficult. You can't get off of work to fight, and I'm fortunate that I did have the time to have vacation time, personal necessity, but it's a huge inequality. And now I've been speaking about African Americans for several years, and I finally feel like I'm getting the attention, and people are now reaching out to me. You know, there's a really large amount of African American men in prison, and there's all these equity and equality conferences at county offices, but they don't understand that the lawyers are being paid. At Temecula, they use their highest paid attorney at $360 an hour for meetings for 1.5 years with this kid. And I had an attorney too. And this is my passion, and I really want to focus on low income students of color. I am focusing on African Americans just because that is the student that I raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry. This is the first time I do this. Sorry. I'm also a parent of a son who is autistic. He's 6 years old, and I would just like to discuss the abuse that occurs within special education, and most importantly, how the school districts fight to keep the abusers in schools and the abused traumatized. Taxpayer dollars continue to be used to fight parent after parent. They use high-paid law firms to drag out the issues and suck the life out of a family. They damage children and children's families physically and emotionally. We have to fight for everything. We have to fight for services, for proper evaluations, for our kids when they are being physically and or emotionally abused, and everyone is acting oblivious to the fact of the matter. This being that the districts rather fight a parent for services and spend twice the amount of money than actually help a child. They send out private investigators to your homes. They send out third parties who are supposed to be neutral and are actually lawyers working for districts. They drag out issues and neglect our kids and do everything they can to silence our voice. It's going to stop. We aren't going to go away. And if we have to start our own movement, so be it. But what these districts do, and what I'm sure all of you are well aware of, is not okay. Who's going to step up for our children and take a stance on this issue? Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Go ahead and speak. Beverly Hills. Okay. That is it for callers.
Thank you very much. appreciate everyone for their participation today, especially all the parents and professionals and other folks who called in. One last thought around agenda building. At previous commission meetings, we were very much wanting to keep track of all of the resources and progress of the statewide system of support. And so I would want to suggest keeping an agenda slot open to maybe have presenters, whether it's a GEO lead or someone else, to present on the status of some of those initiatives that are still rolling out in the current year. So with that, I wanted to share one last thought around, I've always believed that I tend to end up in the right place at the right time, and I am thrilled to be here at this time in this place with all of you, and I look forward to seeing where we will go, because that too will be the right place, just given our dedication to the students and families and educators that we're serving. So thank you all. I look forward to getting to know each of you better and work with you on the commission in the coming months and years. Thank you all. Oh, wait, I have to officially move for adjournment, don't I? Or we have to make an action.
So moved.
So moved by Sarah. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you so much. Summer, you made this look so easy. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by, why don't we go with thumbs up rather than the roll call, since this one is on consent.
Aye.
All right, Aaron, are we all good?
We are all set.
Okay, stay well, everybody. Have a great summer.